Good evening and welcome to our final town board meeting of the year, December 16th, 2025. If I could ask you all to stand, and I will ask the honor guard to advance the colors. And if I could ask Chief Noble to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance today.
Detail, present arms. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Order, arms.
If we could remain standing for a moment of silence as we remember the many victims as Hanukkah started, the Bondi Beach shooting, with a special thought and prayer for Rabbi Heber, as the Rabbi Eli Schlanger was a friend and classmate of Rabbi Heber when he was doing his rabbinical studies, the Brown University shooting, and also the senseless deaths of Rob Reiner and his wife. Thank you. If we can start with introductions.
Good evening, Diana Quast, Town Clerk.
Good evening, Luciana Howitt, Councilwoman.
Supervisor Ed Lachterman.
Deputy Supervisor Sergio Esposito.
Good evening, Patrick Murphy, Town Council.
Susan Siegel, Councilwoman.
Good evening, Adam Rodriguez, Town Attorney.
All right. As we do our report to the town, real quick, and Bob will get to you right after. I'll make mine extremely quick. Just a happy Hanukkah to all. At this time, we can use the light of the menorah shining through the darkness and into our lives. And we just pray for peace and an end to these conflicts, especially as it will keep our military and our citizens safe. I have an announcement that's long overdue, but unfortunately, due to the timing constraints of what we could work on Old Crom Pond Road, we're very limited in the time, 4 months a year. We were able to, with the help of Matt Slater, get an extension this year. So we are proud to say that the road will be open on Friday. So the Old Crom Pond Bridge Road should be open, passable by Friday. Yes. We'll do final paving in the spring because it's a little too cold to get that down. And then just the inauguration for the elected officials for this past election will be January 1st. It will be at the Yorktown stage at 11 a.m. with some light refreshments served afterwards. And unfortunately, Judge Cohen will be away and not be able to join us, but myself, Deputy Supervisor Esposito, and Councilman-elect Gilbert will be there. Thank you. Susan?
Just two quick things. One, I just want to remind everyone that there's no parking on town streets from basically from now until April 20th from 1 a.m. to 7 a.m. One resident did get a ticket, and he said, well, there was no sign up, and he didn't remember that there was that restriction. So again, no parking. This is so the streets are clear for snow. And other than that, I wish everyone a very happy and joyous holiday and a very happy New Year.
All right, I'll make mine quick. Just Rabbi Herbert did a great job, Ed. He did the menorah lighting here at the town hall, and he educated me a lot on what Hanukkah stands for. You know, he did a great job. But the Shabok had their tree lighting. It was awesome. There was, a couple hundred people there. It was great. And my usual library, they're going to be on the 24th. They'll be closing at 1. The 25th, they're closed all day. And the 31st, they close at 3. And on the 1st, they're closed. And everybody, just enjoy the holidays with your friends and your family, and enjoy and stay safe. That's it.
So I was at the menorah lighting here in town, and I was privileged to speak there. I will tell you, I grieve for the families that lost their loved ones at Bondi Beach, and just all the tragedies that the supervisor mentioned. But I will tell you, what touched my heart, it was a few years ago, and Rabbi Heber, my sister had passed away, December 29th, and our anniversary's coming up. So that man, what he did, he knew I was distraught. He knew I was heartbroken. And what he did was, and I said this the other day when I spoke, he gave me his love. He gave me a big hug. He gave me his compassion. And he sent me his prayers. And that really was profound to me, because I really didn't know him. And what that brings up with the tragedy in Australia is, don't we need more of that in the world? Isn't that the way we should all be? So this holiday season, think about that, and instead of being mad at somebody, pat them on the back, have some kind words. It doesn't take much to be kind. I find it's harder to be cruel. And just keep that in your hearts, please, because it made a difference for me.
Well said.
Very good, sir.
Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, Happy Hanukkah, and I wish you all the very best. Thank you.
Okay, up to me. So I want to wish everybody a happy, safe, and fulfilling holiday. I want to thank you all for allowing me to serve you. I sit here as my last town board meeting. And I wish you guys the best. And I promise you I'm not going anywhere. So that's it.
Great. All right, Chief. Promise to be short.
Good evening, everyone. And so nice to see the room packed, along with our officers. And I'll say this every opportunity that I have on evenings like this. It's a wonderful night for our police department and the community. That not only do I get to celebrate promotions, that we all get to celebrate the promotions, well-deserved, of 2 members, but we also get to introduce 3 of our newest police officers to the community. And I'm sure when you are done listening to their biographies, you'll agree that at our police department, we just keep getting better. So with that, we're going to get started right away, and I would ask Sergeant Timothy Curtin, please join me on stage. Sergeant Timothy Curtin was raised in Yorktown Heights and attended Yorktown High School, where he played lacrosse. He went on to attend Loyola University in Baltimore, Maryland, and he played rugby there. Graduated with a bachelor's degree in business administration. After returning home, he volunteered coaching lacrosse for the Yorktown Athletic Club and Yorktown High School from 2010 to 2015. Sergeant Curtin was hired by the Yorktown Police Department on August 3rd, 2015. After graduating the Westchester County Police Academy, he was assigned to the Patrol Division. Sergeant Curtin became certified as a field training officer in 2018, training new hires and transfers. He was assigned as a school resource officer at Brookside Elementary School during the 2023 and 2024, as well as 2024 and 2025 school years. For the years 2023 and 2024, Sergeant Curtin was elected by his peers as the PBA Vice President. In January of 2025, he was elected as PBA President, a title which he currently still holds. November of this year, he was again unanimously reelected as PBA president for a second term for 2026-2027. On June 23rd, 2025, he was promoted to the rank of sergeant, where he is currently assigned as a patrol supervisor, serving under the command of our patrol division commander, Lieutenant Mark Rapisarda. A few other notes that aren't in here that I'd like to share. On Mother's Day this year, Sergeant Curtin solo responded to a what was found to be an attempted murder call in front of at the BJ Shopping Center. Located the suspect a short distance away and effected an arrest pretty much single-handedly. He did receive some backup quickly by Officer Colin Houlihan, Detective Colin Houlihan now, who was an officer back then. But, and that was when we were brand new with body-worn cameras. And to review that footage, he did our department, he did our community so proud that day. In what was a stressful and difficult call for service, he relied on his training and his fundamentals and his character, and effected an arrest where everybody went home safe. Thankfully, Sergeant Curtin did to his family, and our suspect did as well. And as that case plays its way through the criminal justice system, we all kind of won that day. And thankfully, our victim, lived to see a lot more days. And as PBA president, I can honestly say it's been a pleasure, working with Sergeant Curtin. And, having done that, I was PBA president way back in 1998. And as I progressed through that responsibility, I thought it was one of the biggest mistakes I had ever made. And fast forward many years later, it was one of the wisest decisions that I had ever made. And I'm grateful that my peers had the same confidence that our peers have in Sergeant Curtin. And they're all in very good hands, and we work together very, very well in order to enhance officer safety and our relationship with the community and with this board. So with that, how about a nice round of applause for Sergeant Timothy Curtin. At this time, I'd like to ask Tim's wife, Caitlin, Tegan, Emmett, Maeve, and Kennedy, if you'd like to come up as well, please join your dad on stage. And if anybody else here from the Curtin family would like to come up, you're more than welcome to. Caitlin's going to pin the badge on Sergeant Curtin, and then he's going to take the oath from Town Clerk Diana Quast. We got it.
Nice.
And now for the oath. You can stay. You can go up there and join Diane, Town Clerk Quast. Come on, guys. Get over here. Stand with Dad.
I, Timothy Curtin, do solemnly swear
That I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of New York,
and the Constitution of the State of New York,
and that I will faithfully discharge the duties of
and I will faithfully discharge the duties of
Police Sergeant in the Yorktown Police Department
Police Sergeant in the Yorktown Police Department
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
So help me
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Lovely family. Enjoy.
And now a few words from Sergeant Curtin.
A very busy Sergeant Curtin.
Thank you, Chief Noble. I'd like to thank Supervisor Lachterman, Deputy Supervisor Esposito, and the rest of the town board. Of course, our administration at YPD, Captain Foley, Lieutenant Rapisarda, Lieutenant Raziopo, who couldn't be here, and Lieutenant DiPietrantonio. I appreciate you all putting your trust in me and giving me this opportunity. I thank my family for supporting me the last 10 plus years as a police officer. A special thank you to my wife, Caitlin. She's been with me through almost my entire career. We met while I was in the police academy. As a wife police officer, as a lot of you know, she puts up with a lot while taking care of our 4 kids while I'm working a lot. and it makes everything easier knowing she's got everything taken care of at home. And last but certainly not least, I want to thank the members of the PBA, some of which are here tonight on their own time. Of all the things I've done in the last 10 years, it's been my greatest honor to represent all of you. I appreciate you putting your faith in me as PBA president. I hope you can see how much I care about this town, this job, and especially all of you that I have the privilege to work with every day. Thank you.
This time I'd like to ask our newest youth officer, Detective Colin Houlihan, to please join me on stage. Detective Colin Houlihan was raised in Yorktown Heights and graduated from Yorktown High School in 2007, where he was a member of both the hockey and lacrosse teams. He continued his education at Western New England College in Springfield, Massachusetts, playing on the men's lacrosse team and earning a bachelor's degree in communications. Detective Houlihan began his law enforcement career with the New York City Department of Environmental Protection, the DEP, on March 23, 2015. He later transferred to the City of New York Police Department, the NYPD, on January 6, 2016, where he served in the Patrol Division at the 4-5 Precinct. He joined the Yorktown Police Department on March 21, 2018, again serving in the Patrol Division. Throughout his career, Detective Houlihan has been recognized for his service, receiving 4 Excellent Police Duty Awards as well as a Life Saving Award. On September 8, 2025, he was promoted to the rank of detective/youth officer and currently serves as a DARE youth officer, our DARE officer, youth officer, and detective. What he doesn't have on his bio here is that the gentleman right here to my right has been instrumental in multiple felony arrests in this town with excellent investigative work demonstrated in those arrests. Not only for criminal arrests, but if you all recall, there was the ATV incident where a gentleman was run down in Hunter Brook Park with an extensive investigation that occurred here in town. Detective Houlihan kicked that off with information that he had received out in the community here in Yorktown. He's developed countless number of confidential informants that we've relied on to gather information to help us make street-level crime arrests that make people in Yorktown that much safer. So with that, a nice round of applause for Detective Colin Houlihan on the job well done. At this time, I'd ask Colin's wife, Erica, Tegan, Anthony, where's Anthony? Where is he? And anyone else from the Houlihan family would like to come up and join Colin up here on the stage, please come on, as he's pinned by his wife, Erica, and he'll take the oath from our town clerk, Diana Quast. All right, you can follow Colin right over there as he takes the oath.
I state your name.
I, Colin Houlihan,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the
that
United States
I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of New York,
and the Constitution of the State of New York,
and that I will faithfully discharge the duties of
and I will faithfully discharge the duties of
detective in the Yorktown Police Department
detective in the Yorktown Police Department
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability. So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Great job. Congratulations.
Thank you. Looking good. Thank you. And now a few words from Detective Houlihan.
All right. First off, I just want to thank the town board for approving me for the detective position. Also, I want to thank Chief Noble, Captain Foley, Lieutenant Rapisarda Lieutenant Rasiopo, who's not with us tonight, and Lieutenant DiPietrantonio for this great opportunity. Lastly, I want to thank my family for their constant support. Without you guys, I wouldn't be here today. Right? Thank you.
At this time, I'd ask Police Officer Stephen Santoro, please join me on stage. Allow me to introduce Police Officer Stephen Santoro, a lifelong member of our community. Stephen has called Yorktown home since he was 1 year old. His roots in this town run deep, with family members, including his mother, stepfather, and stepsister, still living here today. Stephen's journey began here in Yorktown when he attended both Lakeland schools and then later Yorktown schools, eventually graduating from Yorktown High School in 2008. He then went on to earn his bachelor's degree in sociology from Manhattan College in 2012. After completing his studies, Stephen embarked on a career in public service, joining the City of New York Police Department in January of 2015. Stephen's career within the NYPD has been marked by dedication and a strong desire to make a difference. He began in the Patrol Services Bureau, where he worked as a sector car on the Business Conditions Improvement Team, as well as traffic safety. He then was selected to be part of the Domestic Violence Unit in 2017, where he provided outreach to victims and investigated cases of criminal domestic violence. His commitment and hard work led him to the Detective Bureau in 2021, where he completed an 18-month training regimen and was promoted to Detective Investigator in May of 2023. During this time, he specialized in burglary investigations, robbery investigations, and auto-related crimes, as well as worked on a variety of criminal cases from larcenies to homicides. Throughout his career, Stephen has been recognized for his exemplary service, receiving 2 Cop of the Month awards and numerous commendations. Stephen also served as the ASPCA representative for his precinct and monitored community complaints as the Ring Security Liaison. He was instrumental in making over 250 arrests, closing hundreds of cases, and helping countless people. Stephen is always striving to improve the communities he serves, which leads us to today. In June of 2025, Stephen made the decision to return to his roots and continue his service to the community as a proud member of the Yorktown Police Department. He is currently assigned to the Patrol Division, where he remains committed to upholding the values of the town that helped shape him. Stephen is deeply honored to now serve the people of Yorktown with the same integrity and dedication that have defined his career. Stephen looks forward to continuing to serve the Yorktown community with dignity and to giving back to the town that has given him so much through his lifetime. Stephen owes his success and good standing to the safe, clean, and well-rounded town of Yorktown for his upbringing, and believes he would not be the person that he is today without having had the opportunity to be part of this community for so long and continue to pay it forward. Quite an impressive biography, and as you heard, Stephen left the Detective Bureau in the NYPD, took a pretty sizable pay cut to come back to his hometown. And when he came here in June, he made his way through the field training officer program in the requisite amount of days, 32 days, and he's hit the ground running out there in patrol, protecting everybody in this room and their families. He's done an excellent transition. We expected nothing less, and again, we're fortunate to have Stephen join us here in the ranks of the Yorktown Police Department. So we're going to have a very, very nice applause for Police Officer Stephen Santoro. At this time, I'd like to ask Melissa and Sebastian, Stephen's wife and son, to please come up and pin him. And if there's anybody else here from the Santoro family that would like to join us up here on stage, please do so.
He's like, I have no idea what's going on.
All right. Stephen will take the oath from Town Clerk Quast. Melissa and Sebastian, you can feel free to join him.
I, Stephen Santoro,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of New York,
and that I will faithfully discharge the duties of
and that I will faithfully discharge the duties of
Yorktown Police Officer
Yorktown Police Officer
in the town of Yorktown
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my abilities. So help me God. Thank you.
Congratulations.
And a few words from Officer Santoro.
Good evening. I want to thank the entire town board, thank the YPD administration, including Chief Noble, Captain Foley, Lieutenant Rapisarda, Lieutenant Raziopo, Lieutenant DiPietrantonio. Thank you to my family for supporting me through all this, and thank you to the entire YPD staff for welcoming me with open arms when I transferred here. I'm honored to work in Yorktown, where I was raised. As previously stated by the chief, I believe this town is a big factor in my good standing and success, and I look forward to giving back and have a great career here. Thank you.
This time, I'd ask Police Officer Christopher Rabasco to please join us.
The kids love it.
Christopher Rabasco attended Yorktown High School, graduating in 2017. While at Yorktown High School, Christopher was on the varsity swim team, ski team, and lacrosse team. After attending Yorktown High School, Christopher went to Norwich University in Vermont, majoring in criminal justice with a minor in leadership. After graduating college, Christopher joined the NYPD, starting his police career on July 13th, 2022. Christopher was then assigned to the 4-8 precinct in the Bronx, working patrol, where he would be awarded Cop of the Month for December of 2023. Christopher was hired by the Yorktown Police Department on July 21st, 2025, continuing his police career on patrol. Christopher's mother and father both grew up in Yorktown and have continued to reside in the town their entire lives. Christopher has lived in Yorktown his whole life and is proud to come home and serve the community that he grew up in. And again, the NYPD's loss is our gain, okay? That they can't keep police officers and that they have their own brand of justice down there. I don't quite understand it. But you know what? To come back to a small town and serve your community is just a wonderful thing. And we're so glad to have Christopher join us. He, again, went through field training out in 32 days and has hit the street and done a very good job for us. He serves, as does Officer Santoro and Officer Margie, that you'll meet in a second, under Patrol Division Commander Mark Rapisarda, Lieutenant Mark Rapisarda. And again, we just keep getting better. And I want everybody, if I could ask everybody a round of applause for Christopher Rabasco. This time, I'd like to ask Chris's mom, Michelle, to please come up and join us and pin that badge on your son. And if there's anybody else here that's family or wants to support Chris and come on up to the stage, please do so. Very well done. Please join Officer Rabasco as he takes the oath from Town Clerk Quast.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me.
I,
I state your
Christopher Rabasco,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of New York,
and the Constitution of the State of New York,
and that I will faithfully discharge the duties of
and I will faithfully discharge the duties of
police officer in the town of Yorktown,
police officer in the town of Yorktown,
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability. So help me God.
Congratulations. We're very proud of you.
Congratulations, Chris.
And a few words from Officer Rabasco.
I'd like to thank Chief Noble, the town board, the rest of the Yorktown Police Department administration for being here and being able to support me in my transfer from the city to here. Grew up here my whole life, and I'm very proud to serve the community I grew up in, and for the next 17 years at least. Thank you.
This time, I'd like to ask Yorktown Police Officer Michael Margie to join us on the stage. Officer Michael Margie is a dedicated law enforcement professional whose commitment to service is rooted in both personal determination and deep community values. A Yonkers native, Officer Margie attended Charles E. Gorton High School, graduating in 2013 before earning a bachelor's degree from Mercy University. As the first police officer in the family, Officer Margie pursued a path grounded in integrity, leadership, and a desire to make a meaningful difference. In November of 2020, Officer Margie began a distinguished 5-year career with the City of New York Police Department. During his time with the NYPD, Officer Margie gained extensive experience across several critical assignments, including patrol work, serving on an anti-crime team, and performing investigative duties as a field intelligence officer. These roles allowed Officer Margie to develop a strong foundation in both proactive policing and strategic investigative practices, earning respect from colleagues and community members alike. Now continuing a commitment to public service, Officer Margie is assigned to the Patrol Division at Yorktown Police Department. Officer Margie brings a wealth of experience, professionalism, and dedication to the Yorktown community. Though raised in Yonkers, Officer Margie looks forward to building a future in Yorktown and making it home for a growing family. Known for reliability, compassion, and a strong work ethic, Officer Margie remains devoted to promoting safety, fostering trust, and contributing positively to every community served. Officer Margie, again, NYPD, we seem to be finding excellent police officers from the ranks of the NYPD. Joined us in September, went through a field training course, again, 32 days riding with Yorktown police officers, graduated that field training right on time, and has made a seamless transition to the Yorktown Police Department, and we look forward to many, many more years to come. Very community service oriented, and again, we hope you find your way up here to Yorktown, Michael. But even if you didn't, we do take outsiders, and it's people like him that we look for. A nice round of applause for Police Officer Michael Margie. At this time, I'd ask Officer Margie's girlfriend, Andrea, please join us, and anyone else here from the Margie family would like to come up and support Officer Margie. Well done.
He looks like his dad.
And now, well, please join Officer Margie as he takes the oath from Town Clerk Diana Quast.
I, Michael Margie, do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of New York,
and that I will faithfully discharge the duties of
and I'll faithfully discharge the duties of
police officer in the Yorktown Police Department,
police officer in the Yorktown Police Department,
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my abilities. So help me God.
Oh, yeah.
I'm a Roosevelt grad, so.
Congrats, buddy. Welcome.
And as they go down the Yonkers memory lane, a few words from Officer Margie here, please.
I know I'm the last one, so I'll make it very quick. First, I want to thank the chief, town supervisor, and the members of the town board for giving me this opportunity to serve as a police officer here in Yorktown. I'd also like to thank our captain, lieutenants, sergeants, and all the other officers at this department for making my transition here very smooth. Also want to thank my family, friends, my beautiful girlfriend for supporting me throughout this process. I'm very proud to be here, honestly, and I look forward to serving this community. And I truly appreciate how welcoming everybody in the Yorktown community has been to me. Thank you.
With that, that is all the promotions and assignments and new hires that I have to introduce. A few last items. Our Yorktown Color Guard Honor Guard continues to represent our agency very, very proudly. They bring an element of pride to our agency, and it's evenings like these and parades when we can make them in special occasions that I just continue to be proud of the job that Sergeant Michael Tillestrand has done. Both he and Officer Garcia, who's retired and I hope he's enjoying Florida, they really put a lot of work and effort into this and were supported by Captain Foley and Lieutenant Rapisardo, who serve as leaders of this proud unit. If I could get a round of applause for our job, very well done. Tonight there were members that would have been here to help support our members that stand before you, but approximately 8 of our members are down at Operation Blue Santa, where Westchester County Police Departments join and make a ring around Westchester County Hospital, specifically Maria Ferreri Children's Hospital, so that those children who are battling life-threatening diseases and are up against all odds can look out their window and see their see the blue out there, and that that our law enforcement, it's our job to protect and serve everybody, but those most vulnerable, we take a special interest in protecting and serving them. And it's our honor to be represented down there at Operation Blue Santa tonight. And I couldn't be proud of our members that continue to do that. And there are members here that routinely go down every year that couldn't because they're here to support their the brother officers who were sworn in tonight. So again, another prideful day for me as chief. And I will share with you, again, as I began, this is a really, really nice event, both for the officers and for their families who are here. To receive a promotion or assignment, it's not easy here. So that the families that are here to celebrate the officers who received that, it's a special night. I'm glad you could be here. For the officers who are new hires that we introduced to the community tonight, again, there's no scholarships at the Yorktown Police Department. It's not easy to get in here. That they made it through, you know what? It's a testament to them and that we believe in them. And it's not only their ability to be, excellent police officers, but, I'll share this, and I'm not awkward about saying it. We have a culture at the Yorktown Police Department that's second to none. This is a second family for all of us. We look out for each other. We hold each other accountable, but we damn sure look out for each other. And in a day and age where, officer wellness is at the forefront, and there's just so many stressors out there, and there's a lot of bad actors, and we do have a safe community. The men and women that put on the uniform keep it that way. Many of them have skin in the game. And I'll share that with you who are here tonight and maybe listening. There are communities that have to hire police officers that come from nowhere near the town that they work in and want to come in, get their 8 hours, and get out of here. We don't have that here at the Yorktown Police Department. You honestly do have a family looking out for your families. So if I can get a nice round of applause for you officers at the Yorktown Police Department. thank my administrative team, Captain Foley, Lieutenant DiPietrantonio, Lieutenant Rapisarda back there, Lieutenant Rastiopo at home. We've gone through quite a few changes. This is an evolving, police department. We've lost a lot of experience, but as I'll tell anybody, we continue to get better. We hire quality people, and the promotions you saw tonight, again, well deserved. We do. We get better all the time, and that's what you have to do as a law enforcement agency. Lastly, I thank all of you in the town board, Town Clerk Quast, who is so helpful to us all the time, and our town attorney. Man, we work together quite a bit. So thank you, Adam. Thank you for your support. And as we welcome an old friend back into the fold, Judge Gilbert, who will be joining us on the town board, I'd be remiss not to share and congratulate Councilwoman Howitt on her service to the town of Yorktown and to the town board. And and I've worked with countless people. You're still here, Supervisor, on this board, but people who have become dear friends like Alice Roker, who just was a mentor to a lot of us and just a great person. But you know what, Councilwoman Howitt, you wear your emotions on your sleeve, and I think that's a wonderful thing. Don't change who you are. You get the mental health and wellness that we speak about, a lot with the officers, and you don't pay lip service to that. You've always been fair, and you've always been supportive of our police department. And on behalf of the men and women of the Yorktown Police Department, I want to wish you nothing but the best in your future endeavors. And thank you for the support while you're here. And God bless you and your family. God bless all of your families. Your Honor, look forward to seeing you again. But a Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, safe holiday season. And to anybody out there who's watching, please, if you need the Yorktown Police Department, don't hit us up on Facebook or email 914-962-4141. You're going to get a human being on the other end of the phone. Once you give us the information, we're coming hard, we're coming fast, and we're looking to help you out. God bless everybody. Have a great night.
The little ones can go.
We'll just wait a moment as the families file out.
Okay, sorry, your buttons. The good old poet didn't say here. Did he send something?
Don't worry about it. I don't think so.
Oh, little guy.
All right. Well, we're going to get to personnel. We have a few things to be read in. And first and foremost, though, I did want to spend a moment and just congratulate and thank Luciana for her time with the town board. Someone asked me once one word that could describe you. And I actually found something. I came up with a great word, transformer. I have never seen someone shift from health and wellness to this is how you do a pool to this is your real estate law and this is how you run around with two kids that seem like six with your boys and the other 3 or 4 that you have trailing with you, run a business and be a councilwoman. You really do an amazing job, not just on the town board, but as a human being, as a mom, as a support for Rick. and your family, and it's just absolutely amazing the things you do. You will definitely be missed up here, but I know you will not be forgotten, and you will not be gone. I know you will be.
Yeah.
I know you will be a part. We're already looking at some things, and I think the town of Yorktown should be very proud to have elected you to office, and I think you should be very proud of the job you did all around. Thank you,
Thank you.
Luciana.
Thank you.
I gotta tell you, if I could just say something, Lou, your knowledge on construction is just amazing. You know, because you don't fit the profile to know so much about construction.
Works to my
and all
advantage.
that. You know, and you always really amaze me with your in-depth knowledge on that stuff. And I'm not gonna say I'm gonna miss you because you're not going anywhere. And I've really grown very fond of you. You know, you're very special. And you're a very special person to the community, to the family, and I've never seen somebody so staunchly in favor or to speak of positively for Parks and Recreation for our community and our young ones in this community. So I love you. You are amazing, and like I said, you're not going far. And thank you for all that you've done. It's been a privilege to serve with you.
Thank you.
I wanted to say something real quick. Lou, you're gonna be missed. You know, I'm gonna miss you on the board. But you know what you give back to the community is people see that. They really do see that. And you know what? Over the last 2 years, you became a true friend. And we're gonna miss you.
Oh, thank you.
Best of luck to you, whatever you do next.
I might take your seat, the old seat in the front.
Okay.
I won't be
Do
crocheting.
you have
but-
your knitting needles, Susan?
I'll teach you how.
And I
I'll teach
definitely
you
will
how to
take my
knit.
3 minutes of courtesy of the floor. For sure.
So there are also
Thank you.
Thank you, Lou. There are also 3 resolutions to read in, as we just had our police force come through, and our new hires. We do have a few other new hires, and yep, we're going to read those in.
Before you do that, I have something for everybody, and I will read it out loud. Diana, Lou,
Thank
Ed,
you.
I'll give you a copy. To whom it may concern, be it known that I am recusing myself from participating in the potential hiring of Madison Esposito by the Yorktown Police Department, including all closed session discussions regarding this matter. The nature of my recusal is that Madison Esposito is my daughter, and I'm very proud of her. So, as to preserve impartiality and public trust, I am also recusing myself from voting on any candidates for consideration this evening. And I will be back when you guys are done. Just send me a text, okay?
Sure.
Bring your phone.
Where is it?
All right. So the first one, be it resolved that Mark Anthony Adamus is hereby conditional police officer in the town of Yorktown effective January 2nd, 2026 to be paid $71,070 annually. And be it resolved contingent upon successful completion of the medical and psychological examination. Be it further resolved that this appointment is subject to a probationary period of not less than 12 nor more than 52 weeks, commencing on the first date of appointment on January 2nd, 2026. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Be it resolved that Timothy Kozlowski is hereby conditional probationary police officer in the town of Yorktown Police Department from eligible list number 60-12780, effective January 2nd, 2026, to be paid the contractual salary of $53,243 annually. Be it resolved that said appointment is hereby made contingent upon the applicant's successful completion of all mandatory medical and psychological testing. Be it further resolved that this appointment is subject to a probationary period of not less than 12 nor more than 78 weeks, commencing on the first date of appointment on January 2nd, 2026. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Finally, for the personnel ones, be it resolved that Madison Esposito is hereby appointed conditional police officer in the town of Yorktown Police Department from eligible list number 6012780, effective January 2nd, 2026, to be paid the contractual salary of $53,243 annually. Be it resolved that said appointment is hereby made contingent upon the applicant's successful completion of all mandatory medical and psychological testing, and be it further resolved that this appointment is subject to a probationary period of not less than 12 nor more than 78 weeks commencing upon the first date of appointment on January 2nd, 2026. May I have a motion?
Motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Yes, and I think Chief Noble wanted to come in and speak, so we'll let him. But while we're waiting, I do want to read this resolution. We are not going to vote on it. It's something that was part of a public meeting last week where we had a presentation from Motorola on a new CAD system. Unfortunately, we're under the gun to do this by the end of the year. It'll save us somewhere in the area of about $600,000 if we do this before they go into a subscription plan. So we will. CAD is a way of recording information through the police department and being able to utilize this to communicate with other PDs in the area. So this is up for thought, and we'll vote on it later. Resolution authorizing notice to proceed with Motorola Solutions for RMS CAD system. Whereas Chief Robert Noble has expressed a desire to proceed with the acquisition of a new records management system, computer-aided dispatch, RMS CAD software platform, and whereas after reviewing multiple RMS CAD platforms, Chief Noble recommends moving forward with the Motorola Flex RMS CAD system, which exceeds department requirements and offers significant advanced technological capabilities. And whereas in order to secure a formal notice to proceed to purchase with Motorola Solutions under Rockland County Empire Procure Connect EPC, contract number RCO-RC EPC 2024-010, now therefore be it resolved that the Town Board of the Town of Yorktown hereby authorizes the Town Supervisor to sign the Notice to Proceed agreement with Motorola Solutions in the amount of $909,606, which is all of the startup plus 10 years of service. So it's not a single hit. If anyone wants to speak at that through courtesy of Flory, please be our guest. But I just wanted to make sure that was read in. Chief, you wanted to say a few words?
Hi, good evening, everybody. And I thought there may be some questions, so I did stay outside and wanted to relay that there are multiple police departments that have jumped on the Motorola platform. We researched multiple RMS, records management systems, and computer-aided dispatch, which is our CAD. And both myself and my administrative team, along with our PBA leadership and other supervisors in the department, are recommending the Motorola product. I was present for a demonstration in October of 2025, and then thought so much of the product that we had Motorola come to the Yorktown Police Department, where we hosted a demonstration of the Motorola Flex Suite product that we believe is going to evolve during this 10-year agreement. What the supervisor didn't share, or maybe I misheard you, was that we still have $100,000 in law enforcement technology grant funding.
I did not.
During our last data migration to the vendor that we currently use, which has been bought and sold multiple times, and we believe is becoming end of life within the next 12 to 24 months, we withheld approximately $90,000 worth of funds from that last data migration because we were unsatisfied with that data migration. So we're going to throw those funds into the project as well. And also what you can articulate, you know, the startup cost is a startup cost, but the last 7 years of that project, the maintenance costs, which were part of the total that the supervisor shared with you, those are annual costs that are going to come out of the police department budget. It's not going to be the initial outlay of funds. That's going to be spent over a 7-year period of time. So there is a cost savings, and I was, you know, you all were involved in the end game negotiations. The discount that you know, Motorola was offering was, from what they told us, it was done at the end of the year. It was either get on or go away and find another way to do this. And I've always tried to be forward thinking as your chief, and with the vendor that we have now and the system that we have now, I just didn't want to be the last person in the room when the lights went out. So I do believe the Motorola product is a superior product, and that they are committing to this product for all the updates and all of the necessary items that we need to be DCJS and New York State compliant for a 10-year period. I believe it to be a good investment for your police department, for us to be able to communicate properly out there on the road, and to enhance officer safety and our ability to serve this community. And I don't have any notes. This is off the top of my head.
The cusp.
So again, but those are the reasons why we went towards the Motorola product, and you know, we just we don't think we're wrong in doing this. Other neighboring agencies that use the product are the Village of Ossining, Town of Bedford, the Town of Carmel, Town of Eastchester, Down County is using it. Village of Bronxville is going to it. The Village of Larchmont is going to be using it, and I've also identified multiple agencies that are also interested. That being the Village of is it Town or Village of Briarcliff Manor?
Village.
Village.
All right, Village of Briarcliff Manor, and the Village of Croton. And if we can get involved with them, we're going to try to apply for another grant, the local community efficiency grant. Is that it? Is that it? I get it right?
Yeah.
Again, with no notes, that's pretty damn good at my age.
You've
So
got
we're going to
something
try
going.
we're going to try to rally them and to see if there's other grant money out there. We're not done looking, but again, I think the opportunity as presented to the board, it's a lot to consider, and I think you made the right choice.
Well, I thank you, Bob, because I know we were in limited time, but we were able to get not only a presentation here, a
Yeah.
second presentation at PD. Had a great chance for Sergio to look over this, who's very, very, very familiar with all of the different aspects. So your department did an outstanding job in the research, and it makes it that much easier to move along.
No, thank you very much, and I thank you had Cindy Smith as your representative attend that day, and that Councilman Esposito and Councilman Murphy, who both have that background, thought so much to attend that day, and they asked difficult questions, and I thank you for doing that, and I think you both came away impressed with the product, and
Absolutely. Really, I as a deputy sheriff, I'm in a lot of other police stations, and this is gonna propel you guys past all of them. I get to see from the inside in other places and what they're doing sometimes, and this is not only going to upgrade your software and modernize everything, your record keeping, your requisitions, and all of that stuff, but it's also, there's a plan, and I'm meeting with Logically, which is our IT company here for the town of Yorktown, to go over the hardware requirements, and actually we're going to try to consolidate servers and stuff like that while we're in the process of doing that. So this is going to expand beyond the software as well, and it's going to clean up some equipment, and maybe we could downsize on the amount of servers you have, and integrate them here, where I think there's a couple of servers that need replacing already. That of your existing stuff. So this is a comprehensive plan, and it's really, I was really impressed with the software from an IT perspective. And you also had quite a number of agencies attend that meeting from across Westchester that were also interested.
Yep.
And the beauty of it is, if everybody gets on board with the same product, your
May.
your sharing information becomes
Oh, yeah.
seamless.
As Sarge said, you've come a long way since he was here with a pen and a yellow pad.
So just when people out there, you're thinking about this software, what it does is when the police are out there, they log in, they can close calls from their car. They don't have to come back to the office and do it. So by the time they get down there, it's closed. Any FOIL requests, it's going to help expedite that. It's going to help streamline some of their daily services. They have a software package that they do now. This is just it's the same thing. Like Chief said, it's going to be outdated within the next 12 or 24 months, and we're going to have to buy that or go someplace in 24 months. He's trying to fast forward and see, be forward thinking and going, here, let's take this now, and we could save, close to $500,000 over the next couple of years. So I just want people out there to understand what the software does, and it's not just. It helps everybody. That streamlines from the patrol officers to the sergeants to the chief, everybody. And, the hardware itself, I asked the question, what about, it sounds like a perfect community for all the towns and villages to have a cloud-based system so the data's sitting up there. But that's going to be an option, because I could just see Motorola fast-forwarding 10, 15 years. Well, they could just make up a number and just go, hey, we're going to charge $20,000 a year for that. I'm making up the number, but, but everybody, all the police departments want the data on their own server, so they could still access it very fast. But that was the logic behind not put it. But the cloud service is an option down the road. It's not going to be mandated. So.
It's really. Thank you for bringing it forward.
Yeah.
It's really going to modernize a lot of stuff.
Thanks, Bob.
It's my hope, and if I'd remind the community with the radio system that we went to, the MTA radio network, probably saved the town close to $1 million by doing that. Our radio network was so outdated. If you can remember, Jay Kopstein was thrilled about doing that, because again, we got the jump on. We're passengers on that MTA train, so to speak, that radio network, and our radio network was failing. We were putting antennas in different locations all over town, and it just wasn't working. And through the MTA now, I drive to conferences. I'm on the Board of Governors for the New York State Chiefs of Police. I go up to Albany. I go up to Saratoga. I go all over this state, and I can hear my officers like they're next door. Mm-hmm. I mean, the way they're able to communicate with each other and talk with each other, and we did that at a significant savings to the town of Yorktown. So I'm hoping this will prove to be a wise investment. That's my hope and expectation.
I remember you guys were in a situation with the radios, and I'll bring it full circle to this software, and you guys you weren't sure if the antenna was going to boot up again, right?
Yeah.
And so you switched to that, and now you have more redundancy, and looking at this system with the hardware that you're looking at and all of that stuff, you're going to have much more redundancy here and much more uptime, which is significant, because downtime, it always happens at the most inopportune time. Yep. So, great decision.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time and courtesy.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Chief.
All right. We had one more personnel that was on the agenda. Accept the retirement letter received from Richard Flacco from the Sewer Department. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Did you had something from the Poet Laureate?
I have something from the Poet Laureate. All right. The News puts a pall over a poem by John F. McMullen. I sat down to write a poem for the last town board meeting of the year. It would be a joyous poem, a Christmas one, peace and joy to all, brotherly love all around. But I had the television on, and the news of the Brown University mass shooting came on. 2 dead, 8, later 9, injured, and the Christmas spirit feeling went out the window. As I sat pondering the story of the news, the news of the Australian anti-Semitic mass shooting killing 15 and wounding 40 came on, and the world got darker. It was easy to point out that it is only a very small percentage of the population that performs such dastardly acts. But tell that to the families of those 17 murdered, whose only sin was being students or Jewish. As we close on the religious holidays, we must all decide to work to eliminate the hate and craziness in our societies. Such efforts by us will at least give some small positive values to the loss of the 18 lives cut short. There's your happy holiday poem by John F. McMullen.
Lots
Very
of pain in
nice.
the world.
Yep. Thank you for your words, John. All right, we will move to courtesy the floor. Please remember you do not have to wait for courtesy the floor. We are available through email, through phones, through office visits. And if you are here to speak about Homeland Towers, you will have ample opportunity during the public hearing. You would not need to utilize courtesy the floor, which is a 3-minute window. All right. When you come up to the mic, please introduce yourselves, and we're ready
And
to go.
also that means that at the public hearing, you don't have a window. You can actually speak without the clock going.
Yes.
Doug Erickson, 54 Granite Springs Road. I'm sure you're saying that to me, hoping I wasn't confused, but I thought I needed to bring forward something that might preclude postponing this hearing for this wetland tower that's on the agenda next. A couple of items that I wanted to make sure people are aware of. In the spirit of doing things right and following procedure, the simple discrepancy that the meeting tonight is listed on the agenda is 109 Granite Springs Road. The hearing is for 62 Granite Springs Road. So your posted agenda is indicating to the public something that is relevant not to this meeting. So if someone is not getting the mailing or looking in the newspaper, the address in question is not accurate. So I don't think those people might be aware and be able to be here to have a conversation. So I think that is one item that might require this meeting to unfortunately be postponed. Secondarily, the plans and items that are going to be discussed have not been referred to any of the other boards like conservation, planning. So I don't know how you can have a meeting about these issues when those people that are your representatives kind of give you a reference to this information haven't even had a discussion and looked at it. Mr. Rodriguez back in 2024 indicated that that would be the case, that these items would definitely go and be referred before a hearing. And thirdly, and this just came up with our meeting the other day, you guys mentioned mailings and how we had gotten the mailing for this meeting, and that you would have certainly gotten other mailings. The alienation hearing that occurred in May of 2024 didn't follow proper procedure in writing and putting written notice to the adjacent properties before the alienation hearing happened. According to land use action law and codes in Yorktown and in New York, you do need to have written notice to abutting or adjacent neighbors before such action needs to occur. And we never got written notice, and none of my neighbors did. So that sort of puts the whole alienation issue in question, which would preclude having a conversation about a wetland permit on a property that's not yet even eligible to be built on. So I wanted to get that out there for you to discuss before all of these people spend time talking about something that won't be valid, and we'll have to do it again.
Yes, just step up to the mic
All
to
right.
finish, Doug. All right, thank you.
Thanks. Hi.
Mary Capoccia, how are you?
Hi,
First
Mary.
off, I just want to congratulate you, Ed and Sergio, on your reelection, and to Bonnie, congratulations, but to Luciana. I just want to thank you for putting yourself out there the past 4 years. We totally appreciate it. You stood up for what you believed in, and we cannot thank you enough. So that's really what I want to say. Thank you for your leadership. We're definitely going to miss you. I wish you the best of holidays, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and I know we have not seen the last of you. We love you.
Love you too. Merry
Bye-bye.
Good evening, Mark Lieberman. I live here in Yorktown. So first, happy holidays to everybody. Second, congratulations, Ed and Lanny and Luciano, all the best of luck. So I used to run major computer projects, and I just have a couple of questions about the police system. I was at the presentation, but there are a few things I didn't hear. So I don't recall anything mentioned about the cost of hardware and the cost of replacing and upgrading the hardware during the 10-year period, which is a very long period that will exceed the life of the initial systems, hardware systems. And the other thing I didn't hear is there's an overlap where you have the old system and you're installing the new system, and I didn't hear anything about double payments. You're paying for the old system. Do you start paying for the new system while it's being cut over? Or do you start paying for the new system when it's fully cut over and you're no longer paying for the old system so you don't have double payments? Thank you.
Thanks, Mark.
Good evening. Larry Killian, Yorktown Heights. First, Luciana, I want to thank you for your years of service on the board and the hundreds of hours of effort that involves. So thank you.
Thank you, Larry.
I have some thoughts about the adopted budget. 100 pages report changes as a percent. However, in the summary on page 4, the tax rate changes are reported in decimals, which are harder to understand. For example, emergency medical is listed as the decimal 0.045. It should simply be reported as a 5% increase. Same for refuge of 3%, water 10%, and Yorktown sewers 21%. In the name of transparency, hopefully each board member will express their support tonight to use percentages on page 4 of the budget next year and not decimals. On page 2, the assessed value reported to the state as of September 14th should be used for the tax rate. Good news, you did that. However, it also says the assessed value may change if court judgments come in between September 15th and the adoption of the budget in September. The loss of $86,000 for Yorktown Green should have been included in the assessed value chart on page 9, the graph on page 10, and should have been included in calculating the tax rate. And the refund of $77,000 in back taxes should have been included on page 48 on the line refund of real property taxes. Isn't it inappropriate to budget only $50,000 if there is $200,000 being held in fund balance for this? These two approaches to tax surge artificially lower the adopted tax rate. At the budget hearing, Ed, you said you didn't know that what tax certs would come in and what the judges would decide. I paid $20 to review online the Yorktown Green tax cert just granted to see if it is possible to predict. All of the data are there. I found 10 pages of detailed financial data, taxes, insurance, utilities. In fact, all expenses are going up. There are 5 pages of detailed lease and rental income data that are not keeping up with expenses. Oster got a 23% reduction in their taxes for Yorktown Green. Shouldn't we expect the least the same reduction for other commercial real estate?
Thank you, Larry.
Thanks, Larry.
Good evening, Michael Hickens, Yorktown resident. Hi, Luciana. I want to join everyone also in thanking you for everything you've done for the town, the hard work you've put in, and the fact that you've been so dedicated to Parks and Rec. It's near and dear to my heart as well, and thank you for that.
Thank you, Michael.
I've already congratulated you, Sergio and Ed, but congratulations again for your victories. I have two things I wanted to address. One is I don't have any prepared remarks about this because I only just learned about it this evening. The police computer equipment, and somewhat in keeping with what Mark asked, I'm wondering, I think I understood you to say, Ed, at the beginning of your remarks, that there was an option that if we didn't move forward right away, that then we would have to use the cloud system. Patrick, you said that there was like an option for doing it subsequently. I guess the question is, if there is a cloud system, why we wouldn't adopt that when that would avoid the hardware costs, and was that, is there such an option, and if not, if so, why did we decide not to use cloud where, I've worked at a software company now for 12 years, and there is, on the one hand, you're spending a lot of money up front, that with a subscription you don't have to, but of course over time you end up paying more. But the question, I guess, is, did you guys consider that, and what was the reasoning for deciding to go with an on-premises system? And my second question has to do with the sidewalk on Underhill Avenue next to Underhill Farms on the north side of the street. I'm just concerned when I drive by. I noticed recently the sidewalk that seems to be designed seems excessively narrow, and at one point there's a fire hydrant in the middle of it, and so I'm wondering whether who decides on the width of the sidewalk there, and how it's determined that is a useful sidewalk, especially on a street where there's that much traffic. It seems like a perilous journey for someone who can walk properly, but if you have a wheelchair, I don't see how you could possibly get by safely. So I'm just wondering who's looking at that and what the considerations were for that. Thank you.
Thanks,
Yep.
Ron Bainberg, Yorktown resident. Luciana, what everybody else has said.
Thank you.
Best of luck to you.
Thanks, Ron.
I just wanted to first thank you, Ed, Sergio. You guys have really been trying to help with the noise that's been going on. They are seeming to trying to make things right, but I also know you guys are trying to write a new law. And in regard to writing...
Ron, I'm sorry, explain what noise for everyone.
Okay, this is regarding the T-bar. I live within earshot and have had it repeatedly along with my neighbors banging through my house. And Ed, you've been in my house and you've heard it. They're finally seem to be a lot more amenable to trying to make things work. We're not there yet, but we're getting there. I know you guys are working on a new law and everybody's talking about decibels and frequency and everything else. We've already changed the law once. It was not enforceable. You guys are now going to be doing it again. The problem is not decibels or frequency that you're going to be able to detect. I've done my homework. The issue is low frequency bass will travel very far until it hits something. When it hits a house, it starts bouncing around in a house. So you can actually be in a room and you're going to hear it coming from all different sides of a room because it's literally bouncing through the walls. Someone could be sitting out on my stoop and they'll barely hear it. So Carmine, I've been great communication. He's been great. He's willing to come to my house and listen. Ed, I know you're willing. Sergio, I know you're willing. You're all welcome to come.
Careful what you wish for.
Yeah, right? And, so I'm just want to make sure that if we're going to be doing this again and we have to write something.
About the base.
That, I'm sorry?
About the base?
Well, it's something that can be enforced. And New York State has figured this out already. They have nuisance and disturbance laws. Okay, and I've said this before. It's Section 118. Ed, you've seen it. I know you guys are talking about it. It's Section 118 of the New York State Liquor Authority. They talk about noise and disturbance, and they don't talk about decibels. They don't talk about frequency. They talk about the number of complaints. The reason, the police department right now, I keep hearing about supporting depositions. The Yorktown judge has already thrown those out. He's thrown those out because he says the law is not enforceable. So getting depositions doesn't mean anything. So I'm hoping that the work that's going to be done on the law is going to be something that can easily be enforced, and it's not going to, pardon the pun, handcuff you, handcuff the planning board, or handcuff the police, because up until now, they are being better, but my concern is they're going to get everything they want, and then what do we have if it goes the other way? I hope it doesn't, but we need to protect the taxpayer before the tenant.
Thanks, Ron.
Thanks, Ron. Anyone else for courtesy of the floor? All right. Motion to close courtesy of floor.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. We'll start at the top. Adam, Diana, the listing for 109 versus 93, and then the other questions that came up.
Well, as I understand it, it was properly noticed,
Do we have?
and the mailings were appropriately labeled with the
It
correct
was-
address.
It was actually noticed twice. The first time I went out with 62, which was on the original application. Then the applicant's attorney notified us to say that it was changed to 109, and we did it again.
And in terms of alienation, doesn't require a public hearing or notice. But it was on an agenda. People came and spoke. I mean, you know, it was all done out in the open. And went to the state legislature. I mean, this is a significant process. It takes a long time. And in terms of referrals, I know that the applicant appeared before the Conservation Board at a minimum and received comments. The Conservation Board did a memo, and I think they addressed their comments last year. So I do know that.
Okay, and they've been before planning. John,
They don't need to be before planning.
they didn't have to go.
No.
Okay, just conservation. All right. Okay.
Received from back when it started.
Thank you. So while I look at these, I'm going to punt over to Sergio all the computer questions.
Sure.
Oh well, let me just say that what I spoke about earlier, Mike, was subscription versus a locked-in contract. So what they're going to do is sell the service per year. And right now we're a contract. They want to go to you subscribe, and they could jack the rates up on you. So we'd be a locked-in contract for 10 years. Nothing about the cloud. That's just for the basic service on there. All right, sorry, sir.
I'm just going to talk about the cloud. The cloud, they're working on it. They anticipate that being an option 3 to 5 years down the road. They see a need for it down there. It's an option. It's not ready now. So everything is server-based. So you talk about the hardware about that, but I just want to clarify that it's cloud is not ready now. It's 3 to 5 years, and I brought the concern up because if it was cloud-based, you know, 3 years from now, they could just make up a number. If they get all these police, if, let's say Motorola has every town and every village on their system, and they're doing sharing of data, they could just make up a number and say, okay, you know, normally it should be 20,000. We're going to charge you 220,000. I'm making up the numbers, but they're in the driver's seat, and then the municipalities, what are you going to do? You have to pay it. So right now, all the municipalities want server-based systems, you know, and that's what I sort of see why they want server-based systems, so that they're not handcuffed, and Motorola can't just make up a number. But go ahead.
All right. So just let me look over my notes here. So, Mark, as far as having double systems, you always transition that way. You never pull the plug on one system, especially when you're dealing with people's data, criminal records, that kind of stuff. But they do have, and I pushed them toward getting the enhanced conversion. And what they're going to do is they're going to put I forget a certain number of years in the new system that's going to be live, and then they're going to have another database that's going to house the data wherever the cutoff point is. Let's say January 1st, 2022. I'm making the number up. I'm making the date up. And so what'll happen there is they're going to convert the rest of the data and throw it into a database, so as not to, you know, it's garbage in, garbage out, right? You know, you got years and years and years and years of stuff, and you don't want it to gum up the new system. So they will have access to that, and that won't require maintaining the older system. So that's the plan moving forward. They've done these conversions before. They've seemed to be pretty successful. I had some questions about the conversion, about that.
Did Motorola at the last second they threw in? So we're not paying for the data conversion. They're actually going to pay for it.
Yeah, I think
they threw that. They threw that in the last second. So
I believe you're right. Yeah. So
60 grand.
I believe that's right. Yeah, that's why it dropped. It went to 902 or whatever the number is. You know, as far as the hardware goes, like I said, right now the PD is going to be there's a server coming up. So it's kind of like a mix of things that are going on. There's one server that's coming up that needs to be replaced. That server is going to actually be virtualized into the new virtual system. I'm looking at the hardware with Logically. I need to schedule an appointment with them. I want to go over it. I just want to make sure that they have high availability, and by consolidating the servers, we're going to save some money there, because the server that we want to virtualize is on its way out, and it's going to need to be replaced within a year. And I believe, if I'm right, that the current system that they're using, they have 1 year left. So the idea is to do this now, so this way we don't have to renew any contracts with the old system that they're using. So the timing works. The timing also worked with the discounts and that kind of stuff. I think Councilman Murphy answered the question. I like cloud-based systems. I prefer more on-prem systems, because cloud systems, once you get into the licensing fees, they really knock you over the head. It gets very, very expensive very, very quickly, especially when you need a lot of licenses. So there is going to be a replacement somewhere down the line. I'm assuming it's probably going to cost about the same, or a little more down the line, but you'll probably get at least 5 years, 5 to 7 years. If I know with Dell Systems, you could extend the warranty up to about 7 years, which will be a 4-hour on-site, same business day kind of warranty. So this way to guarantee uptime. I do want to have a conversation about virtualizing everything and giving him something called high availability. It's called clustering. I think it'll add a little more to the hardware, but what'll happen is you'll actually have 2 servers running in tandem, and there'll be a storage unit, a storage area network device in the middle. That's where all the data is stored. It has redundancy, and if one server goes down, the other server automatically, the virtual machines will migrate over, and you'll have availability, high availability, and you'll always have uptime. If you have to do maintenance, what you do is you click a button and you move the servers, the virtual servers, from one hardware box to another one. I know but other people don't. And so you could do maintenance on one while the system is still up. It's critical that this system stays up, and that because if this goes down, there's no communication out there. Cops could be out there. Then they could be out on a call. The call could be dangerous. So we want to guarantee that. So I think that being said, and the robust nature of the new system, the Motorola system, it was a no-brainer for me. I threw a lot of questions at them, man, and they answered every one of them. They're very knowledgeable, and they guaranteed that they were going to be there and be highly available as well. I think.
So what
I think I answered your questions.
Just the redundancy that Sergio was talking about. You have the new system here. You have the old system right here. This system is connected to the old data. So if they want to go back and find out Patrick Murphy did something, 25 years ago, it's in the old system. The new system has access to that. And it will have the access to that until they pull the plug on it.
Yep. So, and then Ron, as far as while I'm on the topic, we're committed. We're trying to find a solution. We're trying to find, some kind of a coexistence, and that everybody could be, somewhat happy with. And that I've been all over it. I've spoken to. I'm glad you're saying that right now it's gotten that they're amenable and they're working toward making it better, and it's been a little better. And that's through the best efforts of both Ed and I. And a little screaming too. So we're committed to trying to get this right. So.
All right, I just want to back up. I do have referrals. New York State Department of Environmental Conservation.
This is on Homeland Towers.
On Homeland Tree Advisory Committee, New York City DEP, Town Planning Board. I knew I wasn't out of my mind. I knew I saw that. Conservation Board. They're all from 22 when all of this was referred out. Please don't yell out. So these are the things where the site was looked at. This isn't the planning. This is actually just to get a permit, and there's still steps left in the procedure. We also had from Abaca as well. So there definitely were referrals, and I think this was all prior to their going for the alienation. So the process has been running and going there. Larry, can you just send me your budget questions via email so I have those? Thank you. Sidewalk. John, is there a state standard on that sidewalk? The sidewalk coming down on from Underhill. Okay. What is a normal width though? Is that a 5 foot?
5 feet is normal.
Okay. Do you know what those were? Offhand?
I think they were probably less than 5 feet.
Think they were a little less than 5. Thank you. We'll look into that. But that goes through the planning. They look at that through the whole thing. They were replacing an actually existing sidewalk, which used to be blacktop. And so it was a substandard sidewalk regardless, now to being concrete. And we have a much better sidewalk for it. But I think that the outline of that sidewalk was kind of substandard to begin with. We have quite a few of those old ones. They're on London Road. They're coming down Hanover, coming down Summit. They were over here on Underhill, and that's just things they did back in the day. And then Ron, yeah, as you know, looking at that, and there's some different ways to skin the cat as we spoke about, and I do appreciate the late night visits to the house, but we'll try to forego those for a while. All right. All right. So I think we got pretty much everything there. Great. So we will convene the public hearing
Wait, I have some comments.
Oh, I'm sorry, Susan.
Okay.
I thought you would have chimed in already.
Well, no, I have to be polite and let you talk. Okay.
Oh.
I just have a few things to say. Larry, on the budget, on your budget questions, I absolutely agree with you that the all of the changes should be in percentages, not in decimals. All right, especially the tax rate. It's just easier for people to understand, and since we do it for most of the things, but not the tax rate. So please, we'll consider that change, and that could be a change in our April tax bill, which always shows the change in the tax rate as a decimal. Again, that should be percentage. You raised some very good points about the change in the assessed value, because it's the assessed value that's half one of the two numbers that affects the tax rate. And I think we do have to be cognizant of the fact of the changes and the decrease in our assessed value because of the tax certiorari's, which we can negotiate with the property owner, but we really only have some flexibility, not total flexibility. And any of the new assessments that we get will be the decreases will be offset by any increases. Certainly, the $50,000 in the budget for refunds, that's in the 2026 budget, we know is inadequate because we already know we have a $78,000 refund for the Uncle G's, and I would assume that that's going to be paid for in 2026, so we'll have to do a budget transfer on that. Michael, on the sidewalks, John, could you explain? Michael was talking about sidewalks on the north side of Underhill. Does the plan call for sidewalks on the north side or just on the south side? That's what I thought. There are only sidewalks on the south side. And there was some discussion about extending the newer, more longer-lasting concrete up to Rochambeau. Is the town board planning to do that? Because right now, it's great. You have from 118, I don't know how many feet in, brand-new concrete, and then you go to the old, cracked-up, decrepit asphalt. So I don't know if the board's going to do that. But to your point, Michael, it's only on the south side. So the residents from Underhill Farms are going to have to cross over. I think there was supposed to be some kind of pedestrian-controlled traffic light system so that they could safely cross over to the asphalt side, the asphalt crosswalks, and then make that very convoluted change if they want to walk up to, let's say, to Yorktown Green. Ron, on the T-bar, on the noise, I want to thank the residents from Wildwood. They're the ones that brought this to the planning board's attention because the planning board was concerned about parking, they were concerned about lighting, but they really did not know about the noise until the residents came. And that I have to say to all residents who are in the audience and who are listening to this. It's important for you to show up at these public hearings because the planning board, the town board, we don't know everything. And many times it's the residents in a neighborhood that bring problems to the attention of these boards. And the noise is one of the key factors. And the planning board is now, they're concerned about it. They've required the applicant to bring in an acoustical engineer. There are many issues. And as you say, with the noise ordinance, when we did the noise ordinance roughly a year ago, I don't think we were aware of the problem, and certainly the base problem. So yeah, the law's going to have to be changed, and we have to figure out a way how we can do it. Now that we know the problem, I don't know that we have the answer to it yet, but at least we know what to look for. But I want to thank the residents for bringing that attention, and that's going to come up at another public hearing later today on a small wetlands permit for Hollywood and Mohegan, which the residents brought up stormwater problems and flooding issues, which the town board was not aware of. So please, when you get the notice, whether you're an abutting property owner and you get a notice about some kind of hearing in your neighborhood, or subscribe to the agendas for the planning board and the town board so you know when something is coming up in your neighborhood. You might not be the immediate abutting property owner, so you don't get the legal notice, but it's in your neighborhood and you're affected. And that's the value of showing up. Boards won't always agree with what you're saying, all right? But we listen to your input, and certainly when it's a problem that we don't know about. So I appreciate you're doing it on that. Thank you.
One more thing?
Nope, that's it. I have some,
It looked like you had one more thing.
Well, if there's a vote on the police issue, I will talk about that later.
Well, there will be a vote, so if you want to say
No,
something.
I'll
say it.
talk about it when's the vote.
Okay. All right. So we will convene a public hearing to consider a wetland, stormwater, and tree permit application submitted by Homeland Towers LLC for the proposed construction of a telecommunication facility at 109 Granite Springs Road. That's a heck of a pile of paper that you have there.
Well, I think, Mr. Supervisor, when you said it went back a few years, I think that's correct. So,
Two trees.
Robert Gordioso with the law firm of Snyder and Snyder on behalf of Homeland Towers, and this is a project that we've been working with the town on for a number of years. The statement earlier was correct. Back a few years ago, the town board did make a resolution, a home rule request, and ultimately the state legislature did adopt the Parkland Alienation Bill, which was signed by the governor. So that issue has long been settled. As far as this project, it's been through a number of iterations, and most importantly, originally the project partially impeded on the wetlands. And the reason it's taken so long is that we've worked very hard to be able to eliminate that wetland impact. We're still in the buffer, and we're still tweaking the plans based on some recent site visits, which we'll talk about in a moment. But just to give you a little bit of background, this is a project for a personal wireless service facility and also to be able to support the town's emergency services. In fact, the proposed lease has a payment for the town's emergency services, and it includes the ability for the town to place municipal antennas on the facility. And I'll talk a little bit about that more in a moment. When we originally looked at this, we looked at the area, we performed, and we submitted a radio frequency justification report with coverage maps showing the need in the area. And look, we know this. I mean, the Granite Springs Road corridor is busy from Sparkle Lake, through Stewart Farms, particularly Stewart Farms in the fall, and Sparkle Lake throughout the year, including ice skating sometimes in the winter. So there's a significant need in the area. There's also a significant need for the fire district, and we had submitted a letter from the Yorktown Heights Fire District, which talked about the need to be able to put their antennas on the facility, talked about the need for better cellular communications, both for residents making calls, but also for the fire personnel being able to use the most updated technology to be able to communicate. And that was in the letter that they had submitted to the record. We did a full study on radio frequency compliance, and we made sure the facility was in compliance. In fact, it's 15 times below the applicable limit. We did a full viewshed analysis with viewshed maps and visual renderings showing what the facility would look like. We did a sound analysis to confirm the low levels of sound and compliance with all applicable codes. We did an alternative site analysis, which looked at alternative sites. Also looked at different access opportunities. And as I mentioned earlier, when the project initially started, we were spilling over into the neighboring property, which is basically almost all wetlands, and we were able to redesign out of there. There were numerous referrals. We confirmed that the DEP approval is not necessary based on the revised design. We do need a wetlands permit from the DEC, which we are pursuing, and we need a wetland buffer permit, a tree removal permit, and a stormwater management permit from this board. So what we did is we did a full stormwater pollution prevention plan, which you have in your file from our engineer. We did a full analysis from Kellerton Sessions, and we have our engineer in a moment that will walk you through the plan. And they looked at all the requirements of Chapter 178, freshwater wetlands, Chapter 270, trees, and Chapter 248, stormwater management, erosion, and sediment control. We did go to those other boards, in particular the CAC, which had a referral. Their comments were very important. They specifically talked about the wetland mitigation plan, and we were able to eliminate the wetland impact. Nevertheless, we did a wetland buffer mitigation plan. We added the gate that was proposed, I believe, by Mr. Erickson. We added the additional landscaping, which we'll talk about in a moment, between the access drive and the neighboring property, which was discussed at that May 15th, 2024 CAC meeting based on the neighbors' comments. So we made all of those changes in the updated plans and materials. We also checked with the FAA. There's no lighting or marking required on this, and we submitted an actual FAA determination. So since that time, we appreciate the fact some of you were able to go out and perform a site visit. We've been working with our engineer, trying to shift the access road over as much as we can. It is right up against the wetland now. We did have that delineated. The town's consultant confirmed it. The DEC confirmed it, and we submitted that documentation. But I have our engineer here, Joe, who will just walk you through the plan, some of the things that we're changing based on that site visit to further move over the access drive, make it a little bit narrower, and to add additional landscaping. Just by way of landscaping, we are already previously proposing 23 new trees, 24 shrubs, and 200 perennials as part of that buffer mitigation plan that was recommended to us. But I'd like Joe just to walk you through the plan, if that would be okay, Mr. Supervisor.
Sure.
Good evening, everybody. Joe Tremelli, KSCJ Consulting. Do you need me to walk you through the entire plan, or you just want to review the recent changes based on our site visit?
You know, it's been a while, so if you
Sure.
could walk through the plan,
No
that
problem.
would be great.
Let's see. Nice, this work. Okay. So the property's it fronts Granite Springs Road. It's a flag lot with the flag coming down. This usually works on the screen. Okay. I don't think anybody can see that, right? So flag lot fronting on Granite Springs Road. As you can see on the left side of the plan sheet, shaded in pink, the far right edge of that shading is the boundary that was delineated by our office, confirmed by both the town's wetland consultant and the DEC, and establishes the boundary of the state wetland to the immediate west of the property, which does extend partially onto we'll call the flagpole of the lot, which you'll see in a minute is where our access drive is proposed. That boundary line, of course, establishes the 100-foot buffer and regulated adjacent area, for which we're here for a wetland permit. You'll see along the flag portion of the property, as well as the upper central portion, there's a number of trees to be removed. For the project as proposed, we have a total of 88 trees that will require removal. We do have a planting plan to try and offset that as best we can with the space that we have. The majority of the site is wooded, It does have a general topographic grade from east to west, basically sheet flowing and draining towards the wetland system and feeding that wetland system. So the site layout is generally as you see it. It's an access drive. It's about 500 feet in length from Granite Springs up to the compound area for the tower and associated equipment. The compound area is 50 foot by 60 foot in size, surrounded by an 8-foot high chain link fence for security purposes. Immediately outside of that compound area, there's a small area available for maintenance or personnel to pull up and park a vehicle so that they can enter the compound area for any kind of routine maintenance that may be needed. The drive and the compound area are all proposed to be done in gravel, pervious material. There is a short section at the initial entry to the property that will require retaining walls on either side to make the grades work. Because it's such a narrow entry from Granite Springs to the upper portion of the site, there's a topographic change in elevation from the adjoining residential property to the wetland, probably on the order of 8 feet or so. So in order to get the drive in, we need a wall on either side to create a somewhat level plateau for that access drive.
How often is maintenance required per year?
About once a month, every 6 weeks or so, 4 to 6 weeks.
So
And
10
it's
to 12,
typically-
10 to 12 visits a year.
Yeah, and I imagine it's a single guy in a van or a
Yeah,
utility truck.
Just ballpark.
Yeah. Let's see. So just kind of focusing on the grading and drainage, we tried to do, or I think we achieved, as minimal grading as required to get the service drive up the slope to the compound area. You'll see in a minute. I have a profile for you. Obviously, we wanted to minimize disturbance, keep the grading footprint as tight as possible. Overall, we have just under, I believe it's 28,000 square feet of disturbance in total for the project. 15,000 square feet of which are in the wetland buffer, and that's largely due to the need to get the access drive up the hill. As I said, the gravel, the drive and the compound area are both gravel, pervious surface, pervious material. The compound area itself we designed as a storage system for mitigation of increased runoff due to the gravel. We're removing trees, putting gravel in its place, so there's an obvious change in land cover. There's an inherent increase in stormwater runoff. We're mitigating that through the use of a minimum 1 foot deep stone reservoir to collect and detain the runoff from that area of the site. We did not include any benefit from soil percolation, although the soils are suitable for it and will accept it for percolation, but on a conservative approach, we didn't take any credit for that. We do have swales on either side of the service drive to collect and divert. There's a swale on the right-hand side as you go up the drive. That'll collect and divert upland flows and keep it from washing across the road and into the wetland. And then similarly on the downhill side of the drive, we have another swale to do the same, collect that flow and get it to the wetland system without having to flow across and through and wash out, potentially the drive. As far as mitigation goes and landscaping, this was the original plan, and I have with me, I'll pull it up in a minute, a revision to this plan based on our site walk last Monday. As was mentioned, we met with supervisor and deputy supervisor and the neighboring residences, and there were 3 specific requests made in relation to that initial, I'd say it's 200 feet or so of the service drive that runs parallel to their property line. This plan before you, the original submitted or previously submitted plan, included 23 trees, and they were a mix of white pine and hollies, either of which were, as discussed at the meeting, preferred by the neighbor. We had no issue in changing the species, and you'll see in a minute what we did. We do have 24 shrubs in that plan, the original plan. We have since, and this is just as, this was earlier this afternoon, actually, we finished a revision to that plan. I guess I'll show that now. Actually, you know what? let me go back to that 1 second. I just want to show you. So that the tower itself is a monopole. I'm sure you've heard it before. It's 130 feet tall, single pole with multiple carriers on it. That's the driveway profile I was referring to earlier. You could see the dashed line represents existing grade along the length of the service road, and the solid line that closely follows those grades is what we're proposing for the driveway, the proposed service drive. So did our best to try and mimic existing grades. There is a little bit of depression or fill that's required in the initial portion of the drive. You could see the existing grades dip below the solid black line, but at the top of the hill where the compound goes, we need to cut those grades a little bit. So that fill or the material we're cutting at the top will be used to build the grade as we need for the entry off of Granite Springs, that initial 50 feet. Just some standard details. So based on our meeting last Monday, I have another plan I'll try and pull up, put them side by side. I think it'd be easier for everybody to see. Sorry, bear with me a second. Oh. Apologies, just give me 1 second. We were there the other day. Okay. So the plan on the left, I'm sorry, the plan on the right is what was last submitted to your board. The plan on the left is a result of the conversation, the meeting we had in the site last Monday, and the requests were do what you can to move the drive further away from the property, do what you can to reduce the width of the road, or the service drive rather, and there were some requests made on different species of screening and planting. So the original plan, actually the first plan was a 12-foot drive, the entire length of the service drive. That was since revised with the last submission you saw. The first 150 feet or so was 12 feet wide, and then we narrowed it down to 10 feet to get to the compound area. The revised plan you have before you, we took that 10-foot width and ran it all the way out for the full length of the service drive. And in doing that, we were able to shift or cut off maybe 2 feet on the right edge of the drive as you're looking into the site and pull that further away from the residential property to the east. As you get into the site, you'll see that on the plan on the left, we realigned the drive, the service drive, to add a curve to it to the left, more closely following the wetland limit line. So that drive, as you see it on the revised plan to the left, I want it to hold at least 3 to 4 feet from the wetland boundary so that we can physically construct what we need to and have room in there for manpower machines to build the service drive. But we realigned that drive to keep it as far left as we can without entering the wetland proper. And then finally, we revised the planting, the scheme on the left. What were white pines and hollies have been replaced with a mix of deciduous trees. And let's see, we added 2 more trees from the plan you saw last. And there's now a mix of oaks, maples, black tupelos, and tupelos. Thank you.
Tupelos?
And white spruces.
Mississippi?
My partner's the landscape architect, so I apologize. I have a list to read.
That's where Roy
I'm not going to
Orbison.
try and do the Latin.
That's where Roy Orbison was from, right? Tupelo.
Yeah.
So let me ask you a question, just real quick. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say this mix was specifically selected at the request of the residents. Our first plan had a lot of evergreen. They were hoping for more of a deciduous tree, a shade tree. So we provided that mix of deciduous, but then we added, there are 24 shrubs in the original plan. We added another 30 skip laurels along that drive, between the drive and the residential property, to provide an evergreen buffer at a lower height. And we think those will do very well there. They're shade tolerant, deer resistant.
So I know one of the concerns was, and the reason why we asked, and I appreciate you doing that, that we shrink the width of the drive to 10 feet all the way through. So you did that.
Yes.
The purpose of that was to save some of the existing trees that were along the edge of the property.
Correct. And it's
So how
hard
many
to
did
see
we
here,
save?
but we've about a half a dozen, I would say six or 7 trees. My kids are probably going to laugh at me, but 6 to 7 trees were saved.
67, yeah.
Which is tomorrow's Brookside 67.
I still don't get it. Yeah.
I don't think
Me
they-
neither.
You're
but-
not supposed to get it.
But it's 6, I believe 6, maybe 7 trees along that boundary line that we were able to save with this revision.
So there was also the question about whether it could be pushed back farther from the house. I don't know what was found on that.
Yeah, we did look at that, and we had looked at this previously. We went back and checked
Thought
our
so,
notes. So, the parcel that we're on, we already received the alienation because it was parkland. The other parcel is parkland as well, and the other parcel is also noted by the town as being specifically for parkland, for drainage, and for recreation. And what we did when we originally designed the site is try to maximize the distance from Granite Springs and the front residence. So we're over 300 feet from there. It's all heavily wooded. We added in a few additional landscaping trees as well. But otherwise, we would have, and that was a fairly flat area relatively compared to the rest of the property, with the least amount of necessary tree removal. If we had to go to the other parcel, it would be a whole new alienation process, whole new DEC process, wetland process, so forth and so on. So we think that we struck the right balance of staying inside the stone wall that's on the property, so that we didn't have to disturb that stone wall that's there, while tucking it into the heavily forested area without removing any unnecessary trees.
So you're about 300 feet off the street?
It's over 300 feet from the property line of the closest residence.
Oh, okay.
So is the tower gonna have like trees on it or the
No, it was
camouflage stuff?
Look, in the right circumstance, sometimes it works. In this case, we believe the dark brown monopole is the better option, particularly with the municipal service antennas, which are whip antennas, which would stick out of a tree and make it look even more artificial. So we've proposed the most narrow profile, which is the monopole, that'll be able to support the whip antennas plus the carrier antennas stacked up on the pole, as the diagram showed.
So, quick question, Robert. Like, if you go back a slide or two, you see the picture of just a typical antenna. Can you explain to people how, like, the antennas work? Like, the low band goes on the lower side. What is it? The emergency services will go on top.
So that's a good question. So the emergency services, and what they had mentioned was that they welcome the opportunity to place 4 antennas and equipment on the tower.
Yeah.
That was from their letter that they had submitted. So we'd reserve the top of the tower for them, and typically their antennas are those whip antennas.
Yep.
So not very visible, very thin, narrow, like a whip. Each of the carriers have their own center line on the tower. So we're proposing Verizon at the top, and then they are separated going down by about 10 foot. And each of them have between 6 and 12 antennas mounted in 3 different directions, so that way they can cover the surrounding area 360 degrees. But they go down, they will not go up. So Verizon would be at the top, and then either AT&T and T-Mobile or the next one. So you would have the 3 main carriers, and we've designed not only the pole to have a 4th carrier in case there's a 4th carrier interested, to avoid the proliferation of future towers, but Joe also designed the compound, the utilities, everything else at the base for both the municipal service equipment and those carriers, so that way co-location will be able to be handled at this site without having to expand anything or increase any type of
I was
disturbance.
just more concerned about the emergency services that this pole is going to, benefit the community.
And it's critical, and the letter. The letter was important. They said, quote, "The placement of additional antennas and equipment at this location will greatly enhance our communications capability in this area and ensure the safety of the many officers and volunteers that serve and protect the community, in addition to the benefits of improved cell phone coverage for the community." They point out the fact that the area has struggled with poor cellular service, and they go on to point out that in addition, the poor cell phone coverage that renders our cell phones useless also keeps us from utilizing new cutting edge mobile app technology that assists first responders both to communicate and provide care. So not only are we saving space for their communications, we're providing funds in the lease to buy that equipment and have it installed. We're reserving the space on the tower and the compound. But obviously, the improved cellular communications not only helps the residents and businesses, it also will help the officers and volunteers of the fire district, as they point out.
Just out of curiosity, are you in receipt of the letter from Commissioner McGannon asking for specific things such as a box?
I
forward
don't
you
know, but we've worked with him hand in glove on other projects in the town, so we'd be happy to work with him directly on this.
He speaks highly of you guys. He's in his letter. He's asking for proper mounting equipment, antennas and cabling, and a climate-controlled stainless steel NEMA 4 radio enclosure, capable of holding radio equipment for first responder agencies.
Yeah, and again, we have the amount in the lease already built into that.
I have some questions on the coverage to pick up
Sure.
on something you said. And I used to live in the area, and I had poor coverage, so I understand the need for that, okay? Which gets me to a point. I live in Jefferson Village, and off Village Road North. And one of my neighbors asking me, he says, you're a town board member, you should be able to answer this question. I said, I don't know. But we have a new tower there at Hill and Route 6. And he said he has problems with service, and it hasn't gotten any better with that new tower. And all I could say to him is something that I learned from Jay Kopstein many years ago, that it depends on which way the antenna is mounted. So my question is, since that one, which is very, very close to where my neighbor can't get cell service, how do we know for sure that the antennas that you're going to put on this are going to help the residents in the area who are not getting good cell service?
Sure. So a couple questions. Do you know what service provider he has?
No,
she
I
has?
didn't ask him.
Okay.
Is it dependent on his provider?
So yeah, it depends on the provider. The antennas are focused in 360 degrees, so that shouldn't be the problem here. I know in Hill Boulevard, only Verizon has installed so far.
Mhm.
Once all the carriers, so if he has maybe AT&T or T-Mobile, once they install, and that tower was also built to support their antennas, I can tell you I have Verizon.
Yeah.
I can tell you I go to Club Fit. I can tell you my service inside of Club Fit has significantly improved since that tower went up, and also obviously along Route 6, but particularly in Club Fit by way of example. So once, depending on what carrier he has, his service should improve
Well,
based on
that's
that
the question
tower.
I will ask him tomorrow. Okay, but I have two other questions. You said in the beginning that your system will be 15 times below the limit. Could you explain, one, what limit you were talking about? Because there are some residents who are concerned about the radio frequency kind
Sure.
of waves. And then the second question is, and this maybe gets back to 2 years ago when you talked about alienation, you said that you looked at alternative sites, and maybe we all need a refresher. What other sites besides this adjacent parkland did you look at and reject, and why was this selected?
Sure. So it's a very residential area. It's also a very wetland impeded area. So from Sparkle Lake, that's down lower in elevation. So we had originally started looking in that direction, and it was very low in elevation. Didn't make sense. Would also be very visible. Also parkland, active parkland. Moving towards, over the Somers border, we did look at Stewart Farm. As you know, that they had done the easement. They were also not interested, in part because of that. We even looked to try and put an access road on Stewart Farm, which they were not necessarily interested in, and it would have been tremendously longer to get to the back of this property and wouldn't have really served much of a purpose. And we had documented that in Klaus's report. Other than those two ends of the spectrum, everything else along Granite Springs is either a heavily wetland impeded property like the neighboring property that wraps around this property, which is deemed swamp, or this property, which we were able to stay out of the wetlands, town property. So we were able to, I think, continue our collaboration with the town to be able to provide infrastructure, not only for the carriers, but for the town's emergency service providers. So this became the next logical location. So those were the different alternatives that we looked in that gap area. Going north and south doesn't really help much as far as the coverage. This is where the gap is. Your first question about the compliance report, very important. So in 1996, Congress passed the Telecommunications Act, says municipalities shall not make local zoning determinations based on radio frequency exposure issues, provided the facility meets the federal standards. And it tasked the FCC with coming up with a federal standard. The FCC went to the scientific community, noticed proposed rulemaking, ultimately adopted a standard. Based on the scientific community's consensus, they took that standard and then built in a 5-times safety factor into that standard. Then they adopted a methodology for experts to analyze these types of facilities to determine whether the facility will comply with that standard. And we submitted that report from Pinnacle Telecom, and that report determined that even with all the carriers, it would be 5.26% of the allowable percentage, 100% limitation, which is about 15 times below the actual federal standard.
So I got a question for you.
Can I just,
go ahead.
has that standard from when it was first adopted been looked at again based on new information?
Sure, it's been looked at multiple times by the FCC, and even in 2019 they looked at the standard again based on some case law. The standard for these types of carriers has not changed because there was not new information that affected this standard. The frequency bands, I know you hear about 5G and 4G and 3G. That's just the technology that's used. What they look at are the frequency bands, which the FCC and the scientific community always looked at the same frequencies, and the amount of power that comes from these facilities. The amount of power is very small on purpose because they don't want to broadcast like a television station. They want to cover a smaller area to be able to handle the number of users in the area. So yes, the FCC continues to look at that through rulemaking, and that standard is still the standard according to the federal government.
Do the ones that you install actually have someone go out and test it for those things?
So,
or is it just this like 50-foot view of we're gonna put this in and it's gonna not make your hair turn green?
Yeah. So the reality is, and the FCC put out a publication called Local Officials Guide to Understanding Radio Frequency. If these facilities are over 10 meters in height, about 33 feet, they are going to comply with the standard because of the small amount of power. This at 130 feet is going to comply with the standard. Nevertheless, we did the full report with the full methodology and submitted it to you as part of the record.
Can someone explain how we got here to this site? Maybe,
Sure.
What the initial impetus of this whole thing?
Sure.
I'm going back years.
Yeah, it's years, and it's we talk about 2022. I mean, Homeland's been looking at this for even longer. Homeland doesn't determine the need. Homeland builds the infrastructure, and they have agreements with companies like Verizon. Verizon determines the need. And without giving away, I live in the area myself. I have my Verizon phone. I live over the border. But it's no surprise that there's a need in the area. So Verizon issues the need. They retain a company like Homeland. They say, please find us the least intrusive site. Homeland towers, I think it's like 60 or 65% of their projects are with municipalities. They work with Mount Pleasant. They work with Kent. They work with Putnam County on their system. They go to municipal property first because, in general, municipal property provides that ability to communicate and coordinate with emergency services, which is very important. So, in working with the prior supervisor, we had looked at the area. They had looked at the area. There wasn't a lot out there. They had looked at Stewart Farm, and we were able to find this piece of property, which had, significant timelines associated with it, dealing with the parkland alienation. But they hung in there. Thank you to the board for asking for the home rule request. Thank you for the legislature for passing that, taking basically a useless piece of property and making it useful.
But I think my question was more.
Parkland's not useless.
Hold on, guys.
Folks.
I think my question was how we arrived here. I remember there was
The Westchester County study, I think, is what he was looking
So,
at.
okay, my apologies. Yes, so actually,
that's exactly right.
above and beyond us, the county and through the towns hired a company called Cityscape, which presented a report. We had nothing to do with that. We had no input to that. And they presented that report to the county and to the towns that were involved with that in northern Westchester, and they identified the need as well. It was no surprise to us.
That's what started.
That's what started from the municipal standpoint. From our standpoint, Verizon knew that they had a problem in the area.
for some kind of regional master
Correct.
wireless
A master plan. Yep.
And I think that they found in particular they tested dead spots within first responders, PD,
right.
inside of houses, outside of houses, and there were some severe deficiencies.
Severe deficiencies. I believe they also did some polling. They did some studies along those lines, and it was quite clear that both from emergency services and wireless service there was a need in the area.
So I have AT&T, and I do not get service at Club Fit at all. So
They need
I
to go on that
understand.
tower, yep.
But I also don't want to buy near, one of these towers. There's a big taboo. Like, I grew up in an Italian family. They thought that they were like either somebody was watching you or they were going to fry you. So I get there's a lot of concerns about what Cityscape is saying and Homeland is saying. You follow the dollars and you get kind of concerned. Like, are we really looking at our town, our taxpayers' health and our humans' health? And then on the flip side, my husband is a first responder, and he says that area is dangerous, that he can't even call for backup, that his calls will drop. And when you have a cardiac arrest or whatnot, it's seconds, it's minutes. So I just want you guys all to know. Yeah. Yeah, so I just want everyone to know that I'm struggling with it as well. And I do know that, there are things people will say, well, it's not in your backyard, so what do you care? It doesn't matter. But the truth of the matter is, you're also in my backyard, and my husband can't get to you. And you don't even know that because, God, thank God nothing's happened to you. But someone who has worked with my husband, which Jane, and is a first responder and a volunteer, and they're trying to dispatch or they're trying to call the PD because they need backup or they got to break something, it drops. So, and you're trying to keep a man or a woman alive or a child. So there's a lot here. So as much as I understand we buy and we invest in property and we believe that wetlands, swamplands means we're not going to build anything. I sold New York City real estate and people said, no one's going to buy behind you. And on the smallest of lots, I've got $1 million views go to no views because a building went up and maybe it's just a storage unit. But what I'm saying is that was useless. The tower could save lives. So I think that there's a lot here also to weigh.
Yeah.
So I hope that we can all listen to each other. But I do want to give that experience because I also have an issue with it. That's why I'm asking you, who's going out and checking on it?
Yep.
I get what they're publicizing, but is there a man that goes out there, just like we want to fix the base by T-Bar and say, oh, look, we're in good radius, or, oh, these are the buffers, or...
So to answer your question, I think it's a good question. So, one of the benefits of the town having it on the property is you're also the landlord. So you have certain, you have
But I'm not an expert in this.
So what you could do is
I might be a transformer, but not in this.
you could put a condition that anytime there's new equipment added to it, that they actually perform a test.
Oh, that I loved. I think it should be there.
And that would make a lot of sense.
I'd like to try to get to the public.
Sure.
So why don't we have members of the public that would like to comment, ask questions. If you guys could make your notes, we'll answer at the end. And I would say that, if you're hearing your question and we could get to it, you're more than welcome to repeat it, but from expediency, if you've heard it, please, let that answer come through, and then we could see if there's anything else on it.
Karen Erickson. I actually own the house that's directly adjacent to this. I want to start by thanking the supervisor and Councilman Esposito and Councilman Murphy because they have been to my house on multiple occasions to discuss this with us because it is hugely impactful to my home. Including last week when we were all standing outside
It was
freezing
so
to death
cold.
in 7-degree weather.
It was so cold.
So I have a couple of questions about your new plan that since we saw you last week.
Karen, I'm sorry, I just need you to speak into the mic.
So
It's for the people at home.
my one question is, I don't know, is there a way for you to put up the new version?
Sure.
You want me to zoom in on the drive or
No,
leave
we're
it?
good, thank you. So the back corner of my property, where it comes closest to the proposed driveway, what is that setback? Like,
What-
how far is that from my property line, that driveway?
Do you have the measurements on that? I can't see from.
I don't have it dimensioned, but looking at it, it's probably on the order of, the road is 10 feet wide in that area, so it's probably 5 feet, 4 feet.
reason I'm asking is because I believe the town code requires a minimum of 5 feet from a driveway to a property line.
I'll have legal.
So
answers.
that's my first question. Going back to the point that my husband brought up in the very beginning regarding what was published, the letters we received, and what is on the agenda tonight. First of all, I would like to thank Diana Quast's office because we submitted a FOIL request and they literally bombarded me with a ton of information, which was great. Except the application for this project is for 62 Granite Springs Road. Because I live at 54 and I am on the even side of the street. 109 Granite Springs Road does not exist. 109 Granite was the number that was originally assigned to this because somehow it was connected to that parcel. And in the FOIL request, that one of the documents I received, there was conversations between, I believe, town and Homeland Towers saying, where did we get this number 109? Where did it come from? And they said, well, it's not accurate. We need the houses on that side or even numbers. We need to pick a number. And they picked 62. So the information on the agenda tonight for 109 Granite Springs Road is incorrect. So the notices that were in the paper and were mailed to us refer to 62. But anyone who is using the town website in order to find an agenda or have their agenda emailed to them received the information tonight that this hearing was for 109. And that is not accurate. So I, again, question the validity of even having this public hearing. Because if you look at their application to you, it says 62 Granite Springs Road. So that anyone else who could be potentially interested may not have come tonight because they did not realize what 109 was. So that's one thing. As far as the usages and the access to the wetlands, I have had work permitted in my home. We put an addition on, and at the time that we came to the town to request permission, we were severely restricted on what we could do on our property because my home exists in the wetland buffer. I could not extend the foundation. I could not pour footings for a front porch. I could not do my driveway because all of those things would permanently or even temporarily impact the wetland buffer. So we had to change our plans and our restrictions to accommodate the town's requests. And when I had an electric line run in the back of my property, in that process, rocks were excavated and left in a pile on my property. When the town inspector came to my property to release the bond, because they had to come and make sure that you complied with the bond requirements, he saw a pile of rocks and he said to me, you can't have that on your property. It was probably this big around. You can't have a pile of rocks on your property. It permanently alters the wetland buffer. They have to be removed. We cannot release your bond. So I'm really kind of struggling with the fact that I, as a homeowner, have limitations on what I can do with my property, including leaving a pile of rocks there. And I am prohibited from doing that, yet they can build 425 feet of road in the wetland buffer that will permanently alter the wetland buffer. It seems to me that there is a double standard for what I am held to as a homeowner as opposed to what is being permitted for this project. And when we talked the other day, last week, you and I said, well, there's a different standard for them. And you turned to me and you said, absolutely not. Everybody has the same standard. So it's a little hard to understand how my three foot wide pile of rocks is not okay, but their 425 foot driveway is. It just doesn't seem like that's the right thing or the fair thing if we have a separate standard. As far as the trees, 41 trees along my property line will be removed, although I think that changed.
A little bit.
35. 35 trees. I live in a house. If you live on Granite Springs Road, all of my neighbors that are here will be able to confirm to you the water table's high. extremely high. There is no one, even the home on the top of the hill, has water issues. So I have drainage around my house. I'm sure most of my neighbors have drainage around their house. I struggle with issues every time it rains. When we had Hurricane Floyd, I had 4 feet of water in that wetland buffer encroaching up the side of that hill. So if they now remove 41 trees or 35 trees that are considered protected trees, they are mature trees, where does all the water go that those trees are absorbing? I was at the work session when Luciano was talking to the people on Hollywood about the need for the rain containment thing because the water has to go somewhere. Well, that water has to go somewhere. So if all of those trees are removed, the impact to my property now of not having something that large to absorb all the water is tremendous. And yes, they may be planting new trees, and they did talk to us about putting in shade trees because that's basically what they're removing. They are not removing pines in any way. They're removing mature, beautiful maples. And they did agree that they would try to remediate to a way that would replace, I guess you would say. But the reality is they're taking down trees that are 70 years old, and they're going to give me a 6-foot tree. There's no way they're absorbing the same amount of water. So what happens when I now have more of an issue with flooding in my property? My backyard is not usable because it is now turned into a swamp. Those things cannot be undone once this goes through. So those are some of my concerns, but I'll let somebody else talk.
Thank you, Karen.
Good evening. Laszlo Borghi, town resident. I got a question.
Well, I'm sorry, what was your name?
Laszlo Borghi.
Welcome.
The access road. Now we've skinnied it up to 10 feet in width. You're going to run it back 450 feet from the street back to the site. Has anybody actually done any evaluations of auto turn to make sure that the construction equipment, the monopole and its pieces can actually get through there without taking out whatever trees have been left behind? Because it is a snaking path to get back there. By the way, how is this facility getting powered? Where's the power coming from? I didn't hear anything about installation of utility poles, overhead power lines going through the area. So you run that through with the trees that are left behind, where's the access coming in? And then installing berms on either side of the access road, you are now redirecting the natural flow of water. Instead of allowing it to go down the hill towards the wetlands, you're redirecting it back towards Grand Springs. So the woman that was just here before, her backyard's going to get a little wetter, or that water will not drain away from her property. It's going to continue to just migrate back towards Grand Springs. And what other financial, economic benefit are we getting from the project? How much is this going to come back to us as taxpayers? How is this going to benefit us? I heard about the fire department getting better communication, but there's also a monopole out there on Route 35 by Amawalk that was installed, and I have Verizon. My wife has Sprint. We both drive past it, and both of our services drop. So I don't know who has service that when you drive out on 35 heading out towards Somers, you continue to maintain service. Everyone's service drops.
Actually, mine's been working a little bit with AT&T. Honestly, I've been shocked.
Okay, but that monopole, that pole has been up there for a couple of years.
And it's been terrible.
Since the day it was installed through today, my service has not gotten any better.
That's true.
Okay. All right, and one other question regarding that monopole. How exactly what deep foundation is being determined for that monopole? because we are talking about working in the wetlands area, and standard procedure for building the foundation isn't the cleanest and most environmentally, I won't say it's unfriendly, but it's challenging to maintain a clean environment. So what processes are going to be used to evaluate the installation of the foundations? That's it for me.
Thanks, Lasso.
Thank you.
Hello again, Doug Erickson, also the neighbor. My wife just spoke. I do also want to thank all of you who did, put in a lot of effort to try and hear our concerns, and you gentlemen. You definitely took into consideration some of the things. I don't have to say it this way, so excuse me for not looking at you, but it certainly did, not just turn a blind eye. And we've been dancing for close to 5 years, right, around all of this. So certainly appreciate it. I know it's probably never enjoyable to be in this situation. You're generally antagonistic with half of the people or more that you're involved with, right? So it's, and in the spirit of can we be nicer to each other, and some of what you said this morning, like I want to go in that vein, but I am very confused about a few of the items that have been discussed. When this project first sort of came to the point of having some planning, sites had been looked at, chosen, not chosen. We were approached for an easement because an easement was the only way that we could get around being in the wetlands. And my wife and I considered that, and went back and forth for quite a bit, but decided we did not want to, get and entertain that. So then the plans that started to generate that most of the referrals that we're referring to are referencing, which is going back 2, 3, or 4 years, showed an impact to the wetlands. At one point, there's a series of emails that go back and forth. The first one dated around 9/14/22. Klaus emails the town and says, without the easement, there's only an 8-foot space between the property border, ours, and the wetlands. Almost certainly this will then require an Army Corps of Engineers permit to allow for this project to go forward, and it will involve approximately 920 square feet of wetland infringement. These statements recurred several different times back and forth over another series of emails, including from Ms. Duffy, who's your outside consultant, right, for wetlands. So one of my confusions is where'd the 2 feet go? Because we're now building a 10-foot road that doesn't have any impact on the wetlands when there's clear communication that the wetland boundary is no more than 8 feet away from my property line. So this plan has not been before conservation. These drawings that show these changes. So I'm again challenging what I brought up in the beginning. There's been lots of referrals over the last 5 years for stuff, but the most recent stuff hasn't been seen by the people that are supposed to guide you in this endeavor. Along with those emails, there's an email from Mr. Rodriguez that also confirmed that based on this information, this was a project that will require an Army Corps of Engineers permit. That, again, is one of my major confusions. This doesn't sort of line up based on what we're talking about. The plans as drawn don't meet the code. My measurement is certainly less than 5 feet, probably closer to 3 feet, between this drive and the corner of our property. And town code doesn't require a driveway to be at least 5 feet from the border of a property. So I think that is another issue that has to be addressed. There were previous plans. We have drainage, as my wife mentioned, and that drainage outlets to where this road will now be, which means there has to be some accommodation for that to outlet. There were previously drawings, and I'm not a super sort of technical guy on the engineering side, but I don't see in this current set of plans where our drainage is now going to have an egress, right? I also don't see clearly where, as my wife mentioned, if there's high water due to another high rain or high water event, how that will ensure that that doesn't come back into my property, because if the water rises above my egress, then it's not going to be egressing anymore. It's going to be ingressing, right? So that's a problem. So I'd like to understand how that could be just clarified, because I may not see it, because it might be there, but that's a concern for me. The conversation around alternative sites really confuses me, because for many years I've asked the same question: aren't there other opportunities for sites? And there was always we've looked and no, there aren't any. But then, thanks to Ms. Klass, the foil events, going back to 10/14 of 20, Klaus sends an email to the town that says there are 2 alternative sites to this that would be acceptable alternatives. This one has slightly better optics from the standpoint of where the tower would sit, but there are 2 other locations that would be certainly acceptable for us. So why are those now suddenly not even in the discussion, and why haven't they been vetted? Because if we go to the DEC, which I will make sure they understand as I comment on your application to them, they require that every alternative site be investigated and used regardless of optics before a wetland or wetland buffer is involved. So if there's an option to avoid it, then you must take that option. So if these other locations are available, and Klaus, in his own words, indicated there are sites that are acceptable, why are we solely on this site?
Can you identify those 2 sites?
I can. I don't have the plots here, but I can certainly send them to you.
I think that they'll answer that when we
Yeah.
give them the opportunity to answer these questions.
I do have a question also, in terms of the benefit to the town. I know there's revenue based on, rental or lease to this situation. But generally, a project that's for town or publicly done would have an RFP, and more providers would have the opportunity to compete for this business, right, essentially, and the opportunity to give revenue to the town. So to my knowledge, there was never any kind of RFP where other providers could potentially consider giving you a different offer with maybe different numbers in terms of what you can take for income. And given that revenue in and revenue out are not in the equation right now in town, it would be great to get more revenue. I'm not understanding why that might not be more considered. One of my final confusions, Chief Noble just stood here and said, "Service never better. I can be anywhere and get my calls and get my communication with this new technology that he just got, and now you're adding additional technology." So what was and what is, all this information that was sent regarding this technology issues is now 4 or 5 or 6 years ago when these first were promoted. Technology is constantly changing. So are we still in that same place? And for how long? Because we all know, and if you don't believe this, you're not paying attention to the world. 10 years from now, that tower's going to be a hunk of junk because everything's going to be coming from the sky. And now we're doing all of this impact for a relatively short-term benefit. You may still get the lease money, but nobody's going to be getting the signal from there. They're going to get it from somewhere else. And I do appreciate all that you've done, but when we last had this conversation, you made a commitment to have a professional, unbiased person come in and explain the options at a meeting to discuss what are the other ways that cell service might be able to be remedied for these people in the neighborhood. Never happened, and I think it should have. And there are communities, there are other countries where 0 130-foot monopoles exist.
And underground.
Technology is all in other places, much less intrusive. So it doesn't have
They
to
must
be.
not have as much water as we have, because lots of it's
Yeah,
underground.
I mean, but they can do it on smaller scales and larger numbers, right? One big monopole here, every 5 miles apart, and multiple little antennas that are 300 feet apart, right? There's other ways. And I think we should be hearing some of that information. So that's sort of my thoughts. I do have one other thing, actually. I'll give this to whoever. This is my wetland expert, who does indicate that the flags between A5 and A7 are not an accurate depiction of the wetland boundary under the existing conditions. Now, those existing conditions were July of this year. Every other wetland assessment has been done in November or December. If you know anything about wetlands, wetlands don't really exist and vegetation isn't as visible in November or December. So I even stand on the original wetland line as being not very accurate. And I have someone here who would attest to that. So I think that would be worth investigating as well. So I don't know if I should write that.
Yeah,
Thank
sure.
you.
Thank you, Mr. Rice.
Thanks, Doug.
I don't know if I'm allowed to come back.
Of course you are.
But here I am. Karen Erickson again. So it came to me when Doug was speaking that two things. Barton and Logidice, I believe is
Judice, uh-huh.
okay. Johanna Duffy was their employee that did the wetland delineation for the town of Yorktown. I believe it was sometime in March. So Homeland Towers delineations were done November, December. She did hers, I believe, March 2nd. If you go on the DEC website, they will tell you the recommended time to delineate a wetlands is between April and October, because there are 3 requirements to delineate. Vegetation is number 1. Number 2 is the hydrology, and number 3 is the soil. If you are delineating only in November and December, there is no vegetation because it is frozen. If you come to my house starting May, that entire area is full of growth. So when we contacted our wetland consultant after asking the town for permission, which you gave us, and we contacted a wetland consultant, we had him come, I believe, I don't know the exact date, I believe it's July.
It was moving. Ground was moving.
Right. He came and he said certain of these flags are inappropriately marked, a lot of it due to the vegetation that is currently present on this wetlands. Some 4 feet, some 8 feet, closer to our property. If that is the case, that means that driveway is in the wetlands. Joanna Duffy, when she came and did her delineation, if you read her report, or at least the email chain that I have seen from the FOIL request, she clearly states that there are sections of this wetland that were set 6 to 7 feet further to the east than what the DEC line said. She provided a map. It's not on this plan, but on the plans from last year that were submitted to the town board for the alienation, there are 3 flags, WA6, WA7, WA8. Those are the DECs. There's also a wetlands lines with those same numbers with a B after them. Those were her delineations. They clearly show a huge discrepancy where that line is closer to our property. So before you approve a wetland permit, I think the wetland line truly needs to be delineated in the spring by someone else other than our person. He's happy to come back and talk to whoever wants to come. And honestly, the fact that it wasn't done, as Homeland Towers has stated and the town has stated, this has been ongoing for at least 5 years. So we had 5 springs, 5 summers that they could have come in and delineated to see the growth, the vegetation in those wetlands, and nothing was done. So I don't think it's a fair delineation. The other thing I want to talk about is the referrals, Ed, that you mentioned that you said you had from all of them. All of those referrals are based on plans that were submitted prior to 2022. I think there's one, conservation, which was 2024. Again, not the plan that's currently before the board today. 2 of those referrals, the one from the planning board and the one from the tree commission, both stated that they were not, planning said they don't have an issue with the site because it was basically for the lease. That's what those referrals were for. The planning said they didn't have an issue with the site, but they needed to review once an actual plan was in place. They would like it to come back to them so they can review because they had nothing to review. It was only really, what do you think about this if we want to lease the property? And the tree commission said the same thing. We have no comment at this time because there is no plan in front of us at this time. What is in front of us is you're saying, can we do the lease? And we don't feel that we're inappropriate. I'm sure if you read the referrals you printed, it's exactly what it says because I have looked at every single one that's in there, their supporting documents. I think the beautification committee or whatever, the architecture, they don't care. Like,
Yeah.
it is what it is. Conservation did have a few things that, and at the bottom of their note, it does say, we need you to return to this board. I do not believe that they have returned to that board. They may have done things that were in those requests, but they did not go back to the Conservation Board again. So those are at least 3 committees. In an email exchange with you, and actually at some point, I think it was last year, after we were going back and forth, and then you linked Adam in as well. You did say to me that you would have an informational meeting prior to the hearing so that we could have Cityscape or whoever come back in and talk about the signal service, the options available, and everything else. That same information was also published in the article in the Yorktown News last year, where you said that you would be having an informational meeting for the residents of the town prior to any further steps in this, which has not happened. And Mr. Rodriguez and I were also going back and forth at one point because I asked you what boards would have to review. And you said, I don't know, let me loop him in. And when he looped in, he said planning, tree commission, conservation, and he was pretty sure open space. And I said, okay, great. And then I said, what about wetlands permitting? And his response to me was, this property will require a federal wetlands permit. Now, that was based on the plan that was submitted last year. I realize it has now changed, and they've made it smaller or whatever. But if you look at the delineations, they're still in those wetlands, so that would still require a federal permit. So I think that has to be something that's considered as well.
Thank you, Karen.
You guys are probably wondering what I'm doing up here.
And then you're allowed to.
Okay.
Hi, Ron.
I'm just going to make a comment.
Introduce yourself.
Oh, Ron Vainberg, Wildwood Street. Don't live near this. You guys actually make my problem seem small. I started going to board meetings, this meeting and the planning board meeting 2 months ago. And in a period of 2 months, I've seen 3 instances where people have commercial businesses have done things, and it's like, let's do it and we'll ask for forgiveness later. Okay? There is a pattern here. I forgot whoever had said about residents and commercial being treated differently. I'm witnessing it.
Karen said it.
I'm witnessing it. I witnessed it with my neighbor, and I'm seeing it at the planning board. I've seen it twice already. This cannot be ignored. Commercial and residential taxpayers are not being treated equally.
Good evening. My name is Katie Raymond, and I live in Yorktown Heights near the proposed Homeland Tower site on Granite Springs Road. I'm here as a resident who cares deeply about this community, and I want to make sure that we're confident in the decision we're making, not just for the now, but for all of our kids that are around in the future. I have 2 young children that will be near this on Granite Springs Road. I'm looking at the seal now, and I see progress with preservation, but I'm starting to have some hesitation as I listen to what was presented and also the residents who've been fighting so hard for the past 5 years across this. I understand the need for wireless infrastructure. It's one of those things that needs to happen for a town. My concern is whether the proposal that's been put in front of you represents the least intrusive and the most responsible option and really values what we have up on that seal in this room. I've reviewed the materials currently available that are on the website, and before I came to this meeting, and have been talking about it with my family at length. The earlier input, which Ms. Erickson so nicely put before, was from 2022. There's been a lot of changes, and a lot of things that have been said here today weren't in what I saw that was publicly available. So what I would love to see is that the town really is the one that has to make the decision here. What I would love to see is all of the new things that are going on that were presented today be publicly made available before you make any final decisions so the residents know what we're getting into. Because right now it seems like there's a lot of confusion. I saw 62 Granite Springs Road, I saw 109 Granite Springs Road. Both have an impact on where I live and the rest of the community. So I would love for everything to be made publicly available before we rush to a decision on anything to ensure we're doing what's right for this town and what's right up on the seal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gerson, Yorktown resident. Hi. I want to bring up a topic that you're not really supposed to discuss based on the FCC guidelines, and that's the public health perspective on this. I went around to my neighborhood and I got signatures on a very cold and rainy day, and people said to me, you know, those are not healthy. We don't want a cell tower near our homes. And I want to just say that I agree with my neighbors. They don't want this. And the FCC guidelines have not been updated. There's a lot more research, a lot more scientific articles, which I have, talking about this deployment and the amount of RF that we have in our neighborhoods. And it's a residential neighborhood. I didn't see on the town documents that were posted, again, alternatives to this. We don't need a 130-foot cell tower near our homes. There are other ways to get calls through. And I think the town should consider alternatives to this cell tower. Also, I do think it needs to be more publicized. People need to know what the town wants to do, and we need more time. There just isn't enough time. And I also want to say that I am electrically sensitive. I can feel cell towers on the road, cell phones, Wi-Fi, and I've made changes in my home not to be affected by RF. It could happen to anyone. It happened to me in 2018. All of a sudden, I had extreme pain when using a cell phone. And I've gotten better over the years, but if this cell tower goes in just 0.6 miles from my house, I may not be able to stay in my house. And that cell tower on Hill Boulevard is so powerful that I'm a mile away at the John C. Hart Library and I have to leave after 10 minutes. I can no longer use the library. I can no longer shop in Jefferson Valley. I certainly can't go to Club Fit and exercise because I don't know what Homeland Towers did to that cell tower, but it is so powerful. I can't go into that part of town. If that type of cell tower goes up near my house, I don't know what I'm going to do. I certainly won't be able to stay. And I'm not alone. There are other people who are EMF sensitive out there. And you have to think of them when you consider such a permanent installation in the town. Thank you.
Thank you, Ingrid.
Good evening, Sarah Wilson. I wasn't planning on talking at the public hearing, but my husband knows a little something about this. So anyway, I just had a couple of questions. I haven't heard anything about SECRA, and I'm assuming that's required. But so if you could just address when and where in the process that happens, and also is SHPO, which is State Historic Preservation Office, approval required. With respect to public safety, you know, we know that the town uses the MTA radio system. So is MTA planning to put their equipment on this tower? Because that's the only way that police would benefit. Yorktown Fire uses a different system, not the MTA system. So there will be a cost for Yorktown Fire to integrate the cost of this additional site into their system. So, you know, who's going to cover the cost of that? If it is normal to put public safety antennas on the tower, I'm wondering if Homeland Towers is offering emergency power and shelter for the town's equipment. There was some talk about branches, so I would ask, why wouldn't we want to use what they call a stealth monopine? It's a monopole that kind of looks like a pine tree. The town already has stealth poles in Yorktown. The town also has poles that are not stealthy. And there's a lot more than simply whip antennas on those towers. You know, if you look at French Hill, for example, you see not only the antennas, but all the other equipment that cell companies put on a tower. When all of that equipment is on the tower, the branches help to hide what's pretty ugly, right? But I understand that sometimes a company doesn't want to do that, because if you put all those branches on, number one, it's a pain in the neck to put the equipment up there and to service it. And it also puts a load on the tower. So it might reduce how much, other equipment they can put on the tower, right, based on the load. And then I guess my last concern was around if the town is the landlord or owner of this property, is the town prepared to handle claims that are going to be raised by residents who are affected by stormwater damage to their property as a result of this? So those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Monica Cole, a Yorktown resident. Nice to see you all. What I have for you is a series of questions that occurred to me, and I just wanted to share them. The first is the sequence of how does the land that was deemed unsuitable for building, and then it became protected as parkland. Then Governor Hochul revokes that status, and the land was chosen to become a site for the cell tower project, and it's magically suitable for building. How does that happen? The next question is for all of you. Would any of you on this board wish to have this facility and tower in your neighborhood, knowing the following? You all could have said no. And we don't want or we don't need this tower in this community or this neighborhood. That was an option. No studies prove the cell tower equipment and the fire and police equipment is safe for our health. That evidence is not out there. And more people are questioning that across this country and pushing back and saying, no, we don't want these in our community, and we certainly don't want them near our homes or our kids. And elderly people also apparently are very sensitive to them. No studies prove the safest distance to live away or live near a cell tower. The location of the facility and the tower has been said online in numerous places that it's going to devalue your home and your property. Serious things to consider. Why is it that the wealthier neighboring communities, they have very poor cell service and very few cell towers, if any? Because I notice that when I drive around Westchester County. Why did the Yorktown School District install an EMF mitigation system in the Yorktown Mildred E. Strang Middle School? And why did a senator help fund this mitigation system? Does the school board know something that the town board doesn't? Or is the town board ignoring a potential problem? How much money will the town be getting for this project and still not be able to guarantee improved cell service to anybody or improved emergency services? Will the town be considering giving any of this money to the homeowners whose property and home values become devalued due to the location of the facility and the tower? Will they pay for any health care bills that may present due to someone getting sick from living near this tower? Good questions. I'd like some answers. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
I'm Julie McNamara. Sorry, this is way past my bedtime, and I'm not good at speaking in front of people. I'm used to speaking in front of very tiny people. So
You're doing
I just
a good
had
job.
a few notes just to piggyback off of what some other people said. I do have a few concerns. One, the wildlife, the impact on that. No one's really mentioned that. The wetlands, our property values, and why we're concerned about our property values. First, it's a huge blight. We're going to have this useless land, as you said, is a reason why a lot of us moved here for the way it looks. It brings a lot of us. I mean, I came from the city. This is the useless land with all the wetlands and the trees and the everything that comes with it is.
Julie, if you could address.
Is why
Thanks.
I'm used to. Sorry. Is a huge reason why we're here, and it's ruining the landscape. This potentially, the houses are very close to where this is going to be built, and the health issues. And I know legally maybe the concern for the radio frequency is not one that we can legally stand on, but like neighbor to neighbor, it's a real concern. We looked at houses before we came here that we really loved that that had towers in the back, and we chose not to go through with it. And I'm sure we can't be the only ones that have made decisions like that for multiple reasons. I know that you said that it's below the thresholds. With all due respect, I mean, what are you going to say? It's not below the thresholds, and they also said the air was okay after 9/11, and the EPA stepped back on that. And I can't tell you how many funerals I have been to for coworkers of my husband who were down there, who are paying the price now. So long term, we really don't know. So I just don't understand why something with the potential even to cause any issues like that is something that the town would entertain, because you guys are supposed to be looking out for our best interests. And I just don't see any benefits. There are all these concerns that seem so legitimate. Besides the monetary part of it, I don't see any true benefit to the town, to the residents, to the land. Those are my concerns. I guess my question also is, do we really have a say? Is this something that's already happening and kind of like this is something to make us feel like we have a voice? Or is this something that we truly, as a town and the community and the residents, have a real say in making decisions for our town and what we want? So that is all. Sorry for the ramble. Thank you.
Good job, Joel.
I'm Lauren Zagorski. I live in Yorktown.
I'm sorry, what was your name?
Lauren.
Lauren, hi, Lauren.
My family has lived on Curry Street for 70 years. We have celebrated births here, sent multiple generations through the schools here, and we have tended to our elderly here at our home. I'm certain you must be aware of the myriad health concerns regarding cell towers, from headaches and sleep issues to cancer. There is absolutely no defensible reason to put us in harm's way. There is no cost-benefit analysis that makes that worthwhile. In terms of quality of life, we have fished and skated at Crystal Lake for generations. We have enjoyed the wildlife that flourished there, not just the ones that are listed in the environmental impact report, but the foxes, deer, rabbits, and other animals that call this area home that construction will surely disrupt. I don't know how this space on wetlands in the midst of a residential area is possibly zoned for this type of project. However, I urge you to protect our natural spaces. Years ago, these lands were protected by our elected officials. Change is hard, but all change is certainly not necessary or for a positive return. My family has seen the town grow and contract over the years. However, it has always protected its residents and its natural resources. As elected officials who represent the people of this town, we strongly request that you not allow this project to proceed. Thank you.
Thanks, Lauren.
Okay. Would you gentlemen like to address? And I will, I do want to say that the last thing I've looked at least, and that's that we haven't even gotten there, is the financial benefit. There is a lease agreement that goes with these, but a lot of what we're weighing, and we do have some letters, both for and against, and people concerned with the safety, the safety of not having cell service, and the safety of is there something here. So that's why we're doing this. There is a voice. This is an opportunity to hear some of this, and I do apologize. I did have a conversation with other sources. I just couldn't get someone here today. We did try, but one of the things, and I know it was spoken about a lot in those earlier meetings, where there are little receivers that could go on, like lampposts. And I did a lot of research into those, and the unfortunate thing is that's like 3 or 4 houses if you have streetlights. When Yorktown was designed to keep it very country, you don't have a lot of streetlights. You only have them at intersections usually. So that was a big thing. And I think, Doug, you mentioned the satellite stuff, which I also did look into, and apparently we're not close yet, not even barely. Then look, a lot of these things, whether it's solar panels, whether it's these towers, eventually you're right, they're going to be, technology is going to surpass us, but we live in the here and now as well, so we do have to take those into account. But that's some of the weighing that we do on the board, and if you could address some, and I think, John, you might have a couple to answer, and Adam.
Sure. I'll try and keep it at a high level. Just take a step back. It's very important to understand. The town board, many years ago, adopted a code specifically for these types of facilities. And Section 300-D1 specifically states that wireless telecommunication facilities shall be located on town lands. That is the code of the town of Yorktown.
Adopted when? It was a long time ago, right?
Probably 20 years ago, I would say.
Okay, so a long time ago.
But that's been the
That was way before my time.
but that's been the process
Absolutely, yeah.
many times. Hill Boulevard, Quinlan Street, Greenwood Street, going back.
But you
Obviously
understand
French
what-
Hill.
But what the taxpayers are saying is that when that code happened, I'm sure also then houses were eventually built there, and some people did choose to live there. Now we're putting a tower in an area that actually already has homes.
Yeah,
So 20 years ago, there was a lot of open space.
I don't think that was the case though, because I think that
No, but I'm saying back then it was all land. It was
it wasn't though. The towers that went in back then, the way it started out, it was the building. There was a proposed tower on over by the building on the corner of the Taconic and Route 202, and that's when the town adopted the code, because there were residents right across the street, and all of the towers that have gone in since then have been in areas where there were residences very close by. So, for example, Greenwood Street at the composting facility. Quinlan Street, which was approved within the last few years, quite frankly. So that was the town's position, is that these facilities have to go on town property. So the reason I'm bringing this up is because that's the code provision that applies, and that's the code provision that takes these types of applications that would normally be in front of one of the land use boards and puts it squarely within the town board's prerogative. So that's important. The regular sections of the town code do not apply pursuant to that provision, and instead we have to come, or any applicant has to come to the town board, and in fact the first location that they must look at is on town-owned property. Okay. So that's very important to understand, and that's where the alternative site analysis started. So I'm not sure what the two alternatives that were referenced earlier that we didn't hear about, but we actually looked at 4 different alternatives going back to 2022, and it's in the record. You have it, and it had to do with all different town-owned parcels, whether it be 2850 Sunrise Street, 2997 Curry Street, Sparkle Lake, or the Granite Springs Road we talked about earlier, the Halleck Mills wetlands. That's all in the record of what we looked at. And the question earlier is, how did we get here? It was through the cityscape report, and then it was through this analysis of what town properties were. And all of those properties were some way or another affected or impacted in one way. And it was this property that was decided would be the least impactful because it is surrounded on 3 different sides by open space, essentially, whether it be the farm or whether it be the swamp. And that's how it started. And the design has changed over the years based on being able to minimize potential impacts. And the statements about the wetlands, those wetlands were delineated by our consultant. They were confirmed. There's a JD from the DEC that's in the record. And in fact, we had to pay an escrow for the town to hire a third-party consultant to go out there and confirm that wetland delineation. And we brought in new surveyors just to make sure that we had the property lines and the wetland lines correct, and that's why we were able to avoid the wetland proper. Okay? So we're outside of the wetland proper, we're on the property, and we're only in the wetland buffer, and we've been able to minimize those impacts. And that's been through a year's worth of engineering, surveying, design, redesign. There's a full stormwater pollution plan as part of the project. That's in the file. I'll have Joe speak to some of those questions. But that's how the alternative. So I think there were a lot of things that were stated about 5-foot setbacks that are not part of the code related to this type of facility. Again, as far as the site number, originally the site number was 109. The town issued a 911 number for the property with 62. All the notices were sent out 62. They were published 62. And the property was actually posted with 2 different signs at 62. So that's all been correct. I can't speak to why a pile of rocks may or may not have been considered impervious. I can tell you our design, the access drive, is all pervious. And we've designed it that way to not need certain wetland permits. We are not in the Army Corps wetlands. You're either in an Army Corps wetlands or you're not. There's no buffer or regulated area around Army Corps. So we were able to avoid that. The Army Corps wetlands are on the neighboring property. Okay? Everything that we've designed has been pervious, whether it be the wall, the curb, gabion stone, or the gravel driveway. The utilities are all underground under that gravel driveway. There's no utility poles. The parking and turnaround area has all been designed to be able to make that turn and construct the site. If you saw Hill Boulevard be constructed by Homeland Towers, very similar proximity to wetlands and watercourses, needed a DEC permit. That site was properly constructed. We perform geotechnical investigations of the soil. We design usually a caisson foundation. It goes through third-party inspections. That site over on Hill Boulevard, just as this site would be properly installed at the location without impacting the wetlands.
So I just want to jump back, sorry, because I left for a minute. You spoke about the surfaces being pervious versus like a home structure, which would be impervious, a driveway.
Absolutely, correct.
Now, do you have any other stormwater mitigation in there?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll have Joe speak to that in a little bit, but we did a full SWIP. We did a full stormwater pollution prevention plan. It's part of the application. It's in there. It has all of the details on the stormwater. We are not exacerbating any type of off-site runoff or anything like that. Joe touched on that earlier. I'll have him reiterate that when he comes back up.
Thank you.
And again, the foundation, the facility itself is all outside of the wetlands, outside of the buffer. It's only that small portion of the access drive.
Robert, can you explain how the alienation happened for the? Because people think that you had property that was deemed unusable, now it's usable. That's the biggest thing. So explain how Albany helped you get alienation for the,
It was a very difficult process, quite frankly, and
a long, tedious one.
And a long, tedious one that we undertook because the town code requires us to be on town property. But the process works like this: the town. There was a comment about the town decided that this should be parkland. That's not how it happened. There was a deed issued to the town that said that the property would be used for preservation purposes and also different types of wetlands. So it was deemed under the public trust doctrine in the New York State Constitution parkland. The only way for parkland to be able to use for non-parkland purposes is not by this board. It's actually by the New York State Legislature. So
I want to explain to
this
people that we didn't come up and say, okay, you guys can go ahead and build it.
exactly
They went to Albany and deemed and seek this out.
correct. It went through a legislative process, absolutely, and that had to go through the full state legislature, and ultimately the bill had to be signed by the governor, like any other bill of this type. And again, that's not an unusual situation. It was the same thing with Hill Boulevard. We've done it numerous other times in other parts of the state. Not an unusual situation, particularly when you have a piece of property that's not being actively being used as a park, because that was never really the actual use. Mr. Supervisor, you mentioned satellites and small cells. I don't have to add to that. I think the consultants have discussed that. The carriers have discussed that. Satellites are not replacing terrestrial systems. Very simple. They can't provide the service inside the buildings. The small cells only provide service in a very small area. You have to have poles. You would put the pole right in front of someone's house, and then you'd have an antenna on top of that, and you would have many, many, many of these poles. This is not the type of area where you would put that, quite frankly. I mentioned the foundation design would be part of the building permit. This was fully referred to the CAC. I'll read off the comments. The EAF states no endangered species or habitat. We updated that. We submitted the letters from our experts. There'll be no impact on threatened or endangered species. We did a full report on that. Talks about a wetland mitigation plan for the loss of wetland. As I mentioned, we eliminated the loss of wetland. There is no loss of wetland. A wetland buffer mitigation plan is required. We did that as well. It's part of the plans, part of the engineer's report that we submitted. The board recommends screening to be planted between the access road and the adjacent residential property. We did that as well, and we showed you tonight. We're going to even improve upon that. The board recommends a gate be installed where the access road meets Granite Springs Road. Again, we took that comment. That was one of the neighbors' comments. We added that to the plans as well. And a tree and mitigation plan is required. Again, we submitted that to you. That's part of the record. That's why we're here asking for that approval.
What about the 62 and 109? Is it like a lot thing?
It's a
Like, is the road on
E911 number.
62
It's the
and
same
then-
lot. It's been the same lot from day one. We've been on the same lot. The lot has not changed. The house number on the lot, the town changed to an E911 number. It's my understanding, from 109 to 62. But it's been the same lot. The notices all say 62 with the section block and lot number. Like I said, the
when I look
property.
it up, even in our files, it comes up as one, but they are two different numbers. So I'm just confused. If the way it was subdivided, maybe this piece here is 62, that one's 109.
No, they did change. It's a good point because they did change from the time
That's what I was looking up
that the
before.
deed was originally issued. The lot numbers did change as far as the section block and lot number, but the house address is the thing that's 62.
Okay.
But I think I think one of the concerns was that the agenda doesn't say 62.
And there's no
Is that
house
accurate?
there. So even though there's a house, so what you're saying is if somebody could build on the wetlands, maybe they had a boat or something and they could put it there, that boat's number would be 62. So technically it is,
No, we're on 62, and just to be clear, when we sent out the notices, we called it 62 Granite Springs Road, which is the correct house number. We also put on the notice, and I have copies of these. We also put on the notice the section block and lot number. Which is both lots 33 and 53, because we included lot 53, which is the adjoining Halleck's Mill swamp lot.
Right, which is
okay?
kind of near the-
So that's in
wrap.
everyone, all 39 people in the radius. On top of that, because we're on a town-owned property and because that other property is town-owned, we expanded out the radius and we sent the radius from the adjoining property, which we're not even on. So we over-noticed it with a letter to everyone within those two radii, and we included the section block and lot number. We included the copy of the notice, and we included the house number. And this has been on multiple agendas. Plus, we posted the property. I'm sure when you went out there, you saw the signs. Plus, it was in the newspaper. Plus, I think a fair number of people showed up tonight. So I think
I understand the noticing and whatnot. I'm just saying for the confusion part, which was mentioned several times, and also being in real estate for a long time, it can be the lot and block can lead one way, the divider can go the other way. This one looks like it touches on multiples. So I didn't, Because of the way the
And we
property-
included both section block and lot numbers, quite frankly.
I'll look at this.
You know, there was a statement about a site on Route 6 not covering. The closest site on Route 6 is actually in Somers, and that's on the Santaroni property all the way down Route 35. The closer site is actually the Greenwood Road site, which
On the
is
other side.
up on the hill, which
Yeah,
is
right
down
behind
and
it.
across. Neither one of those sites is going to cover this area. They don't cover this area. They're too far away. These sites cover very small areas. When you look at our coverage maps, they don't cover large geographic areas because they have to be able to support a large capacity of users. People aren't just making phone calls. People are doing their laptops wirelessly.
Or their kids on that.
Remote learning.
Maybe we should just go to letter writing.
They're using, medical reasons.
Yeah, that's true.
Obviously, so there's a multitude of reasons of why the service is needed, and these facilities are geographically located in the areas they need to be. As far as SECRA, we submitted a full environmental assessment form. It's part of the package. We're in the SECRA process essentially. It includes a State Historic Preservation Office concurrence. There's no impact on historic or archaeological resources. That's in the package. I know that was a question. I mentioned the alienation of parkland. As far as just saying no, the Federal Telecommunications Act says a municipality cannot prohibit these facilities. This is not an option. There was a statement that richer communities somehow had less towers. It's just simply not true. You can go around the county. You go to Bedford. Bedford just approved one behind Richard Gere's restaurant. Mount Kisco just approved one on 172. They're in all the surrounding communities at about the same density. The density is based on, as the Cityscape report pointed out, the usage in the area. So the more people you have, the more traffic you have, the more usage you have, the more facilities you have. But they are interspersed in rich and poor communities throughout the county, throughout the state, throughout the country. So that's just not a correct statement. We're in New York State. There's no RFP required. The
Folks, you can't.
The Mildred
we'll give an opportunity
Strang
to get some other
issue
questions
has
if you're not
nothing
answering.
related to do with cell phone towers. It has to do with the power line towers. There was a statement about the EMFs. That's power line towers. That's apples and oranges. Has nothing to do with cell phone towers. The wildlife, we submitted the full report again. No impact on threatened or endangered species. That's in the EAF package, and we submitted a supplemental report to that as well. And, we didn't say it's below the threshold. Congress said the FCC shall establish a threshold. FCC established a threshold. That threshold has been upheld by the courts. FCC came up with a methodology for experts to use. We submitted a report based on that methodology that lays out all the data, and it shows that it's safe. And again, it's 15 times below the standard. It's not us saying it. It's the experts based on the federal standard, based on the expert report. I think I covered all the issues. I just want Joe to talk about the stormwater issues. It made it sound like we were going to exacerbate it. We're not. We've completed a full SWIP report, and I just want Joe to touch on some of the highlights of that. Joe?
Can you also provide me with your notifications to the community?
And just before I get into the stormwater, there was questions about the setbacks for the parking and driveway. As I understand it, in reading the town code, and I'll confirm it with staff, the section 300, 183 in the zoning code talks about parking layout. And in that section, it says that parking facilities, the parking spaces themselves, can't be located within a front yard in a residential district or within 5 feet of a side or rear lot line. We don't have that here. Our driveway access to the compound may or may not, I don't have the dimension handy. It may be within that 5 feet, but that's not what's the code prohibits. So as for stormwater, properties in the New York City watershed. So in addition to town code and complying with town stormwater regulations, we need to comply with the New York State DEC. We need coverage under their general permit for construction activities. We're over 5,000 square feet. We're not over an acre. Those are two thresholds that they set. But because we're over 5,000, we need coverage from the DEC. Part of that coverage and part of town regulations is the preparation of the SWIP, which we've done and submitted. And that lays out not only what we've done from a stormwater mitigation standpoint, but also construction-related procedures and processes and control measures to prevent and eliminate the potential for sediment transport down gradient to other properties, wetlands, water courses, and the like. So we have that plan established. We have the plan report. We have the plan drawings, the erosion sediment control plan that details and lays out those procedures.
So Joe, if you had to put it in layman's terms, how are you working at?
So there's a stepped process. In general, what we're proposing is.
But in other words, is there some track of whether you are there's a way for the water to be moved? Is there?
Yes.
Is it just by cavity and gravel? Does it have different layers? I mean,
There's a
I'm just saying
combination.
for I know how to but I'm saying for them, like what is it? Because we hear the word plan and all of these things that go through, but no one actually understands it. Like
Sure. So in general, the runoff on the site, everything that hits the ground runs generally from east to west across the property into ultimately the wetland down below. What our plan does is break up these drainage areas into smaller pieces and direct it in a way to still get to this wetland, but protect it from it along its flow path. So in looking at the plan, everything east of the driveway is uphill, is further up gradient. So as water runs down that hillside towards the drive, we're collecting it in a swale and diverting it along the drive to a catch basin at the low point and then piping it underneath the road to the wetland.
so, Joe, if that happens, and then let's say it's full, right? Let's say it's a really, I mean, some of these there's a lot of rocks in people's backyards, or they can actually go swimming. That's how much water comes. It's bananas. But what I'm saying is, and it goes west to east.
Right.
Because sometimes you'll get a storm which it pushes it, or it's coming from a different infrastructure. Is there like a way where the swell then will spread out? Because sometimes they'll have a swell where it has a even flow, but if the pressure comes from a different way, it'll drip out.
Yeah, let me just want to try and get the plan back up.
Because I know they're 1 in a million, but usually the 1 in a millions are the ones that happen. Especially in my house.
Sorry, I lost the connection here.
It's okay. I just want to make sure that even though, because a lot of people think that just because you're below it, like if you buy a house at the elbow, I tell people all the time, well, if there's 4 houses above, where do you think their water was going to go? But there's times where the rock and whatnot hold water, and then it'll go actually back into your house. So I'm just curious.
So as you get closer to the residential property adjacent to us, their property sits at roughly elevation 480 for conversation.
Okay.
It varies across the property, but generally around 480, elevation 480. Our road at Granite Springs starts at elevation 477, so it's already 3 feet lower than that property. It goes to a low elevation of 472, so about 8 feet lower than the adjacent property before it starts climbing up the hill again. So anything that happens on that lower portion of the drive,
It's going to stay low.
hydraulically is 3 to 8 feet lower than that property, right? So there's nothing on our drive will be able to back up, surcharge, and flood that property. As you go further towards up the drive towards the compound, our property sits higher than the residential properties, but in general, it runs east to west. It doesn't flow north to south towards the house. But what we've done is, and I'm sorry, I can't get this. In general, what we've done is collected any up-gradient stormwater runoff in a swale, sized appropriately for the drainage area that's tributary to it, so it doesn't overflow. It'll flow down the driveway to a catch basin at the low point, and then gets piped underneath the drive to the wetland system. The road itself also, or the drive rather, flows down into the swale on the down gradient side that will ultimately get collected in a basin and piped into the wetland. Anything that falls above the immediate area of the compound has diversion swales around that, so that we're not inundating the compound area with upland runoff, right? So something higher than the compound as it flows, instead of landing in the compound and creating issues at the compound, it's going to be diverted around it, collected, and discharged to the wetland, as it does today anyway. We're just taking it in a little bit of a detour.
Yeah, I
around
was
the
gonna say, you
compound.
probably want that anyway
Right.
without the tower.
All
But
the
my
water,
question
all
here
the
is-
water that goes to the wetland.
So then you have the
today
drive,
continues.
and it's permeable. So now is it going to be like item 4 and gravel that's
It's a crushed-
compacted?
It's crushed stone on a.
So what
filtered
happens when you
fabric
guys come and so
uncompacted.
now you got that and it's beautiful and the water seeps through and then you got to hit it with a plow. So is it something that like it's compounded in? It's not like something's a
No, we don't want to compact it because it
You need the
prohibits
water. Right.
well, it prohibits the permeability of it that we're hoping for or desire for the stormwater, right, to control it.
Right.
That's just a maintenance routine that needs
So
to be.
you're just going to do the
monitored.
crush
Yes.
all the way through. Yeah, because in
And then-
Scarsdale's actually below their own town water and they flood. That's why they need more permeable. So you'll have like 4-acre properties and there's actually clay. So a lot of the times, if they compact it because they like the way it looks, or they put those weird,
Papers.
yeah, but there are papers with the holes in them.
Right, the honeycomb.
But then they don't like the grass, so they fill it. Their entire property will pop.
Right. We are using those just in the immediate entrance.
Yeah,
off of
almost like a
Granite
border
Springs.
where they roll in.
You know,
because you don't want the
we don't wanna
wash to go
track
out.
anything and wash anything out to the road.
That's that makes sense.
The compound area itself is again all crushed stone, and at a minimum, it's 1 foot deep. As because there's slight grade in the compound area, it gets upwards of I think 18 inches deep at the far end. But again, it's all gravel, crushed stone.
Through it, so the
through
water will go
to a fabric, filter fabric, separating the stone from the underlying soil, so you don't get the stone getting pressed into the ground
And
below.
the sediments don't move. Yeah.
And that would all, the idea of that is to not only collect it, but store it. And as I said earlier, while we didn't design for infiltration, the soils in that area of the site, although there's a wetland adjacent, it's much lower than us, are suitable for infiltration. So we're going to, there will be a benefit with infiltration. We didn't account for it at a conservative level, so.
Mr. Supervisor, we don't have anything else to add other than that we'd like the opportunity to revise the plans as we discussed tonight, provide that back to you, come back for another meeting. If the agenda could be changed to 62, we have no objection to that, obviously, but be able to show you that revised plan because we think it does make an improvement based on the site visit discussions.
May I suggest that when you have your revised plans ready, that it get referred out to Conservation Tree and Planning Board, and so we get their technical input, and then come back to the town board, so we have those. So we have those reports. to
Then can I have a motion to refer these out?
We would do it automatically
Yeah.
anyway.
Oh, you would?
We've already given us permission to refer.
Okay, very good. Then don't worry about it.
And also, I would ask that you provide more information on the EMF issue, with more documentation of the latest studies that have been done, both for and against. The ones,
So the studies, you can go on the internet and you can find the American Cancer Society says there's no link. You can go on the internet and you can find anything about anything. So we're not going to be able to provide foreign.
Well,
we will comply with the FCC standard. We can provide you some more information on that, absolutely. But that's the standard we are required to meet, and that's the only standard that we're really going to analyze, because anything else, quite frankly, is not the scientific or legal standard. So we'll provide more information on the standard itself, but as far as individual studies, again, I'd refer you to the American Cancer Society, see what they say. But
I actually have that one up on my computer.
Yeah,
right
we're not
now.
going to devolve into a debate
that
about things that quite frankly don't hold muster.
Doug,
even
you wanna
scientifically.
hit up?
You're gonna amend. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm just, Doug's waiting to come on up.
So you're
Yeah,
gonna
no,
you're
just
gonna amend the plan.
Don't
You're-
leave.
It's gonna get re-referred out, and then you're gonna come back to us, and
Great.
we'll see where we are.
Thank you.
And the schools are doing the remediation because kids are now running on their iPhones, their Chromebooks, and it's 6 to 7 hours doing it. And I guess it's a valid. I understand it's not your expertise, but it's a valid question because if someone's living near it or under it, although it is minimum,
No,
it's not the same
No,
type
this-
of EMF.
the
It's not even
schools-
close. It's not. So we're not doing EMF. We're doing RF. It's
That's what I'm
apples to
saying.
oranges.
It's not the EMF.
It's non-ionizing. What's
But it's
involved
good to
here.
look into it.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify the issue about the scientific studies, because this board is well aware that we have had an issue of
Are
other.
we talking about fluoride again?
No, I'm just saying, but we have dealt with the issue of scientific studies, all right? And the wide range of studies. You can find anything you want to support whichever your position is.
Pretty much, yeah, right.
All right, and so
That's
that
my
is
point.
that
That
is
was
a-
my point.
Yeah, that is a concern. But from your perspective, if you provide some kind of report that says these 10 societies, American Cancer Society and anything else, or any information that
Susan.
if you want to support.
Susan, it's inappropriate to ask them to do that because then they'll be accused of cherry picking whatever they want. I think.
Well, they always do that. That's what
I think
applicant
that.
does.
Well, no, actually, it's ironic. It's ironic
you do as
because.
well, Susan.
Excuse me. Someone actually sent me an email. One of the residents that I researched it because there were concerns over the cancer. And when I was doing my research, I came upon the American Cancer Society, and from my point of view, I felt that was an adequate source to look at and to use, and I haven't found anything to contradict their saying from like a governmental agency. So,
And I appreciate that
do
because it was a comment earlier that I took to heart. Where they said you guys said we. That's why I don't want to go down. We're not everything we've submitted has been from a professional engineer as far as our plans, our SWIP, everything that our consultants, SHPO report, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Like we are not providing anything that's not completely factual or legal. So to have one study that, at the end of the day, there's only one thing that matters on this issue, quite frankly, and that's what the federal standard is. To the extent we submit a report based on the methodology they tell us to use, which is what we've done, and it's irrefutable, quite frankly.
All right, so we got a plan right now to move everything in the direction where we're addressing concerns. They wanted it referred out. We're going to refer it out again. We're going to have the planning board look at it. Let's hear from Doug. He's been standing there very patient.
Thank you.
Come on up, Doug.
Say my name is Doug Erickson, back again.
You gotta say it over.
Welcome back, Doug.
Great job. Obviously good at what you do and answering and defending all the facts. No pressure. I wasn't blaming you. We got the notice the right way from you. The 109 conversation was all on you guys, right? It was on the board agenda and on the website. It just was confusing,
Right.
Right, and so that's it. So I wasn't busting your chops.
So you were busting hours?
Yeah, somebody's gotta, right?
You can sit back down.
So okay, wait.
And I just researched
So-
it. I'm still confused.
We have a line for that, but guys.
Yeah,
Guys, let's finish
go
up.
over
Let's
that.
stop more.
Two questions I still didn't hear answered. One was, can you just confirm
Doug, towards us.
Just confirm our outlet for our existing drainage has got an outlet, right? That there's a way for our water that's coming off of our property that has outlet right now is going to be buried by your road. There's a way for that to be egressed, right?
Didn't he just answer it with a catch basin?
No. This is the catch basin is just coming down.
Right.
the
So when
hill.
your
I'm
catch
saying-
basin releases, now that
No,
they have.
yeah, I have two drainage pipes that come out, and they currently come out to.
Wait,
where-
let him finish his
Let him finish.
questions.
Yeah.
And if,
Right,
we,
right.
if we
There's
could
gonna
all
be a
give him
way.
that courtesy.
So I just want to ensure that that's going to have a place to go, right? Because otherwise, that's the
Yeah, but
problem.
it's true,
Yeah,
it'll
yeah,
catch
we
it.
got it.
And I
Question
still
two.
haven't. I understand he's saying, "Oh, we're not in the wetlands." I just need to understand how, because there was only 8 feet. So did the wetland move or did my property line move?
We did resurvey it. I mentioned that earlier.
So we need
Did the
we need.
wetland move or my property line moved?
Okay.
I don't think anything moved.
You can't answer, Bob.
Obviously
You can't answer from the seat. We have to come to the mic.
So that is
So
my
once you
other
give,
question.
we will get those answered
And
for
the
you right
last
now.
question is, who maintains this wonderful catch basin? Because leaves come down all the time, and other debris comes down all the time. And if this is only visited once a month, there's certain times of the year where that would certainly not be adequate to manage. And if it's the leasee, the leaser, but someone's going to have to manage that. Because if it doesn't, all of the plans go out the window. That's just my observation.
So you're talking about like the basin when it comes all out.
Well,
into
there's a
the-
place where the water goes in and then drains under.
Yes, but
that
goes-
clogs up. The water doesn't go in it anymore.
It will and it won't because some of those pipes. Well, Joe can answer, but some of those pipes can be. You're right, and they bust out a lot if there's a lot of trees in different routes. Also, you could put
What
them.
about worse? Just,
But what I'm saying is,
just debris falls.
but a
on
lot
top
of it usually is,
right?
is perforated, and then it's not perforated, and then it's perforated. So there is a way to keep the flow.
Everybody's been on the street where there's a catch basin and it's covered in leaves and sand
Yep.
and nothing goes through it.
Right, but it's also because I bet you money if we go through each one of these, it's broken somewhere else, and now it's not collecting the flow; it's collecting from the sediment underneath it.
Regardless, someone has
Because
to
the
be
water
able to-
infrastructure.
We understand, Doug. Thank you.
So with regard to maintenance, this design couldn't get any simpler. There's some grass swales, gravel drive, gravel compound, some drain inlets, and a little bit of pipe, all of which is part of an overall stormwater pollution prevention plan that will be permitted by the town. And as part of that permit, there will be a requirement for a stormwater maintenance agreement. That will be maintained by the owner or property, by Homeland Towers in short. Right, they're the operator of the facility of the site. They're responsible in perpetuity to maintain those systems. So as they're there every 4 to 6 weeks, if something comes up, doesn't look right, they're going to be responsible to maintain it, clean
Who
it.
sets the maintenance frequency? The town board?
The maintenance frequencies are dictated by the practice themselves. So typically with a site like this, those initial systems will be inspected by Homeland, by the town, by our office, probably I would say once a month, and after every significant storm event. Want to make sure that things that are just constructed, things aren't moving, shifting, everything's doing what we designed it to do. As time goes by, those frequencies get reduced. Something like a catch basin is maybe once every 6 or 12 months. It's a very easy inspection. You look inside, if there's debris in there, you clean it out. Swales are a little bit more frequently, maybe 3 to 6 months, because it's an earth feature, right? The grass line swale, things may erode or whatever it might be, and they get fixed. So depending on the practice, the frequencies do differ, but it'll all be spelled out in the maintenance agreement.
And I will note also that like where we've had these in commercial properties, if next to residential, if there is a problem, we usually hear from the residents, send out our inspection team, usually our engineering department, and then they contact the landowner and say, hey, this needs to be maintained, and they've been very good at this point.
And with regard to the I don't know if they're roof drains or roof leaders or footing drains, they actually discharge. I think they're actually on our property. We're not removing them, and with the grading that we proposed, that discharge will continue to go on. We're not going to impede that connection, that discharge.
I think actually part of the concern that I was hearing was not only from that ability to discharge, but being a high water table and taking out trees, it affects the root system, which drinks some of the water.
Right.
So I think that's a valid concern, but I don't really, you're down to 35 trees, and how many in your plantings?
We have 20. Our revised planting plan has 24 trees and 54 shrubs.
All right, so we're putting things in. It'll of course take time for a root system to build.
Right. But as I mentioned earlier as well, we're also topographically lower by as much as 8 feet from that property. So, flooding in that wetland is bound to happen. That's what wetlands do. That's what they're there for. If it flooded, I think at most, I haven't seen it myself, but if it did flood above our driveway or service drive, it still has another 8 feet to go before it gets to the rear.
Yeah,
yard.
but in Yorktown, there's some weird. Like I live at the top of a
I
hill,
know.
and my backyard. I had a dog that used to swim in the back, even though we don't have a lake there.
Yep.
So there are definitely those. I know. So okay.
We got 2 more speakers.
I'll make it brief, but I just thought
Just
that this should be.
reintroduce yourself, please.
Yes.
If you don't mind.
No, Monica Cole. And I just
Welcome
want,
back.
Thank you. I just wanted to address what Ed had said about looking at the American Cancer Society website for information, and what Susan had said about getting more information about the EMFs and if there are any dangers. Currently on the American Cancer Society website, it now says, at this time, there's no strong evidence that exposure to RF waves from cell phone towers causes any noticeable health effects. However, this does not mean that the RF waves from cell phone towers have been proven to be absolutely safe. Most expert organizations agree that more research is needed to help clarify this, especially for any possible long-term effects. So I just wanted that entered in the record this evening.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, I read that also.
Okay. Hi, I'm back. Karen Erickson. So in regards to the plantings and what he said, I agree that they have really tried since we met to change the mitigation or remediation along the edge of the property. But the reality is, even if they are putting in 25 new shrubs, trees, whatever, what they are taking out is a tree that is this big around and replacing it with a trunk that's this big around. So that tree will never replace what was removed while I live there, well, in my own lifetime, because I will be dead before it's big enough to have the same impact as the tree that's being removed. And as you said, Ed, we all know the water tables in Yorktown are bizarre.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, my house would never have been built today.
Is it the impact of the shade, or is it the impact of the water it drinks?
It's the water it drinks. As you were discussing when you were talking about
Right,
the
'cause there
Hollywood
are-
property, like when you take away things, you need to put something in place to absorb it.
But I just want to tell you that there are smaller plants that are made specifically, and you'll
Right.
see them mainly in the river towns, that are mainly specifically all seasons to just drink. And
Which
they're-
would be great, but
I'm
the
just saying-
reality is these roots are deep in the ground, and they're going to die. My other question goes back to the wetlands survey that we had talked to the town and got permission to have an expert come in, and he has now said that he believes, based on his observation of the vegetation, which is one of the requirements for delineation. We've submitted that to the town, and now we're saying there's an obvious discrepancy between Homelands and DECs and the town, whatever is agreed upon now. I don't know, if it was the town person changed their assessment, or they agreed with DEC, or the new firm redid it, I'm not sure. But we have a discrepancy between what our specialist is saying and what is being presented. So, and much of that is based on the vegetation. So what is the town board's plan to ensure that that is addressed, is my question.
Sure.
Hi, Michael Hickens, Yorktown. I just wanted to, I came to this meeting without any fixed opinion about this project, but one thing that struck me, somebody said something that struck a nerve with me, or a chord, about the wildlife, and no one's really addressed that. I do feel like one of the reasons that we moved to Yorktown is for the wildlife and the spaces that they exist in. And even a 6-month-long project is enough to disrupt entire generations of wildlife of different types. And that's a loss that won't be replaced or mitigated by planting trees. No disrespect to trees, it's just not. It's something that, and I've seen it in my neighborhood. You have a family of foxes, and something happens, and now they're not there anymore. And so I just think that that's something that should be taken into greater consideration. Thanks.
Mike, I'll answer for that. You said it. But as doing multiple site visits, when you're looking at the property, the whole left side is this enormous swamp that goes from Granite Springs all the way back to Forest Court. So it stretches pretty much up to London. So it's really a very expansive. And then when you cross the street, you have Crystal Lake. You also have Stewart's Farm behind. So where there is going to be disturbance, the percentage of land disturbed that's natural habitat is very small in comparison. So that was one of my concerns as well, looking at it. But it's big. Matter of fact, there was a lost dog back in that area that we were trying to find, and it's not easy to get there. And there's a lot of wildlife back there.
Hi, my name's Joan Kneso, and
Hi, Joan.
the reason why I'm here, I was probably the 40th house that was not notified about this meeting this evening. So I'm wondering how they came up with the number of notifying 39 residents in that area. The neighbor behind me got a notification. The neighbor across the street from me did. If I didn't hear from one of my other neighbors up the street about this meeting tonight, I wouldn't be here. And then I called another neighbor who lived right next door to me, wouldn't be here. And the original address, 109, is literally right down the road from me. Again, maybe I should be coming to these meetings more. Shame on me. But with that said, people work, people have family stuff going on, people have things going on. So I'm just, if we're being transparent,
What the radius is?
the radius is a lot
Our-
more than
yeah, our clerk
39
can address
people.
that.
It might, yeah. Sure.
Hundreds of people. And I think there would have been a much bigger turnout if a lot of people knew about, if a lot more people.
Typically, the applicant has to notify. They get that information from our assessor's office, and they do it has to be for the surrounding area. So however that comes out when the assessor does it is what they have to notice.
Right.
They've just turned their notices into me, so I'll be verifying all of them.
Okay. Diana, is it, you use the term surrounding area, I think, it's been a while since I looked at the law, but I think it says abutting. It's a
Right.
certain number of feet, that's abutting, which is different from surrounding area. So
The law was changed a few years ago, so it does, I believe, say surrounding.
surrounding,
It used to be contiguous.
but it's surrounding within a certain number of feet, I think.
My home is closer than other people who were notified. I know that for
Yeah. Well, this is another reason why we urge everyone, the clerk's office maintains, if you go to the website, even the new website, and you can subscribe to town board and planning board, zoning board if you want, okay? You can pick and choose. You get these emails with the agenda. You look at it, you say, I'm staying home. You look at it and say, hey, I want to go to this, all right?
Right.
Even though I don't get a notice because I'm not within that defined area. So I urge every resident, okay, to get on the subscribe list, okay? You're not inundated with that many emails. Town board, planning board, and if you want, the zoning board, so you know what's happening in your neighborhood. That is the best way to stay informed.
I agree. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lon Gilbert, councilman elect. I think everyone in this audience has spoken to the concerns and have spoken well in terms of raising the issues that need to be addressed. But one thing I would suggest, I know that there appears to be some sort of concern about the actual wetland delineation. My thought is that I think what needs to be addressed as well is whatever plantings have been considered for the mitigation here, that we know that they will survive the hydrology or whatever the soil is in the area. Because typically when you have a wetland, and there's a drop-off here, and typically wetlands start right at the base of the drop-off. Because that's where the hydrology goes. But right now they're saying that that's not the case, that there's about an 8 or 10 foot buffer that goes before you hit the wetland. That may or may not be. I haven't surveyed the site. I couldn't say one way or the other, but I am concerned about any kind of mitigation plantings that they will take and that they will survive. So that's something that to be
It's something
considered.
that we'll have conservation look at.
Yes, I think that conservation does have a landscape architect. So
Okay.
the Ericksons, you are very concerned about this. I urge you to follow when the applicant is on the conservation board's agenda and talk, because you might think plant A, tree A is nice and beautiful, but plant B might have more water retention, and you might want to make that trade-off.
Or they
But-
might not survive at all.
whatever.
He's an arborist, and he was involved in picking out the holly trees, and so he's on it.
Okay.
What you're just describing, he's on it.
Okay.
And I believe Joe mentioned that the plants that they picked would survive.
Okay.
That was, I think, one of your first comments, Joe. Right.
Yep.
Doug's
Thank
a
you.
licensed arborist. He knows
Okay.
what he's talking about.
Thanks, Lonnie.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lon.
And again, Luciana, best of luck going forward.
Thank you for you as well. Congratulations.
Well, thank you.
Doug Erickson again. I know everybody wants to go home. I just want to understand, since now this is being referred, will another hearing convene or just the the answers will come out, and if we pay attention and go to these different meetings, we can have more feedback. There's just what's the
Well, we'll probably adjourn the meeting without closing it, and then be able to come back again.
Just
You
trying to
know,
understand
hopefully the questions are answered, that we're not
Robert's Rules of Order or whatever.
rehashing everything, but it'll be what it'll be.
At the planning board, it will not be a public hearing, so you will typically not be able to speak, but you can certainly send emails and communicate.
And you can hear the content.
That way, you can hear the content. So if they're raising something and you have a concern, you can get back to them afterwards. But it's not a public hearing where typically you can't speak.
Right, understanding. Like
I think Conservation Board is a more loose kind of organization, meeting.
Just trying to understand.
Thanks, Doug.
Thank you, everyone.
Hi, good evening. My name is Kathy Barletti, and I live on Weatherby Street. I know there was talk about the notices going out for this meeting, and my family did get a notice, but it's the first time we've been notified about this project through the mail. And it sounds like the project is almost a done deal. So shouldn't we have gotten a letter in the mail long before this?
The last time I think they were before the board was 22?
This is the first public hearing.
Okay, yeah, but when you were there public notices on the alienation? No? Okay, thank you.
But this public hearing, if I'm not mistaken, is about permitting. So wouldn't the proposal have to almost be set in stone for permitting to be?
No.
No, okay. Another question, the one that's on Hill Boulevard, the tower that's already there, it was mentioned that it only has Verizon on it as of now. Does that mean that only Verizon will be going on this new tower?
No. They're going to have multiple carriers.
And they've already gotten proposals from multiple carriers, or are we just assuming?
That's standard practice.
Okay.
And that's desired. You want them on, otherwise you're going to have
It is desired, but
4
if we
times as
already
many
have
towers.
one in Yorktown fairly close that only has Verizon on it, shouldn't we be concerned that?
Well, they will
they have-
eventually
they're-
tie in. That one just got finished, so it's there's sort of a hierarchy as they go as well. But the leasing is with Verizon, and then I guess you guys would negotiate with AT&T and T-Mobile and the others that go on it.
Okay, and also, because it's behind my house, we get firsthand look at all of the beautiful wildlife that's there. It's home to tortoises that come up on my property every year to lay their eggs. It's home to raccoons. It's home to, we hear the coyotes at night. You know, all of these animals also need a place to go, and that's one reason conservation is so important. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I promise this is the last time I'm coming back.
You're just going to send Doug up?
They switch swapped.
Karen Erickson again. Only because she just asked about, was there any other public hearing regarding this project? And they just said no, except I have right here that came in the FOIL request, a notice of a public hearing for May 21st of 2024 from the town that I assume this was printed in the paper since it's a notice of a public hearing. This was in the FOIL request that came to me from the town clerk's office.
Okay.
Okay. So that's good though. Then there may have been another hearing.
Well, the problem is that there was no notification to any property owners for this public hearing.
Again, well, there was. That's how you guys got here.
Well,
No, this is for 2024. Sure.
Bob, step up to the mic.
This is the first public hearing for the wetland permit, the tree permit, and the stormwater management permit.
That one was for the actual concept, right?
What was he? Was there another one?
You
on
may have noticed.
I don't believe there was. a
You
public
may have
hearing. There
if
may have
you
been a notice.
noticed
No, I
something
believe
as
you, ma'am.
there was no other required public hearing to date because nothing has been
We didn't have
permitted
it
yet.
Okay.
It got canceled.
Probably, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we didn't have one.
Whether it got canceled or not, if this notice was printed, we were still required to get.
Yeah, Karen, you need to go to the mic. Yeah.
No, it's just
Yeah.
we
But
can
look, the notices would have had to have gone out by a certain date. That's just because
Right,
that was
so-
noticed doesn't mean that they had to do mailings. It doesn't necessarily follow. But no hearing was had, so.
Right, but the notices would have gone 10 days before any potential hearing, correct?
It might have got canceled because he
Theoretically.
didn't hit the 10
So-
days.
But I don't see why it's relevant.
It would have been
That's the point.
canceled beforehand, so we have to have 10 days or 5 days, depending on what type of permit it is. In the case of a wetlands permit, it would be a 5 days notice to the paper. That notice is a notice that I would have done. That's not from the paper
Right.
itself.
No, this is from you.
So it's very possible that it was drafted, but they never
And it just
held the
got put
public
in with-
hearing for whatever reason.
Yeah, and it just came in with the foil. Okay.
Because it had its name on it, so they pull everything from the system.
I think Susan had a good idea. You could sign up for the notices and the meeting agendas. You don't get bombarded with with a million emails, and we don't share your email information to anybody. So that's what I do, to be quite honest. I sign up myself, so this way I get them. I get them from all sorts of ways,
Thanks,
but
Serge.
that's the best place.
I'm sorry, what were we?
I have nothing else to add. The only thing I'd ask is I would suggest you do adjourn it, hold it open, but just to a date certain, so that way everyone hears that date. If we're not back from CAC, it could always be held open again, just so that way everyone hears the date and there's no misunderstanding. Maybe late January, second meeting in January.
Second work session is what's the second work session in January? Or second meeting, I mean.
Ed, I'm going to be gone the 13th and 20th.
All right, so it's the 20th, I think, is the meeting date.
Probably can't get onto the planning board until their first meeting in January.
If we don't, then we could just push that date out. I just want to make sure everyone knows the date. They can put it in their calendar. They're not guessing.
I think these people will know.
I know. I just don't want to.
Okay, yeah. You look, I'm probably thinking February, first meeting in February, but let's not. We'll get plenty of notification out, and we'll make sure it's there.
I just don't want to have to resend the mailing notices. Is the point?
That's
At
not
this point, you should keep sending them.
We have to
People
check
are
this, so.
really concerned about not getting them.
Pretty sure we did them right.
Diana, do you have to send notices again for when it's adjourned?
I have to verify all of them, and I'll have to make that decision should we find anything that's inadequate.
No, but if the original notices were proper, okay. When
we
a
have
hearing
to
is
still
adjourned,
we still have to determine that. So I'm not gonna comment until we figure it out.
All right. I wasn't aware that there was a second notice.
Thank you, sir. So we'll aim for February because I need you to get before those boards that meet once a month.
Yeah.
It's really the end of December already. I don't think we're going to zoning, so that's not a big deal. But zoning doesn't meet till the last week of January again. I'm not sure about conservation, what they have coming, so I'd rather give adequate time.
February's fine. If
let
we
the
have that
comments
date,
come
just
in.
so we could.
February 3rd or 10th, Ed.
Third would be.
February 3rd. Okay, great.
Tentatively.
Yep.
So tentatively, we're looking at
Tentatively February 3rd.
February 3rd, right, guys?
All right.
All right, Karen, Doug. See you on the 3rd.
All right.
Happy Hanukkah, Merry Christmas, and Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
And thank you
also
all for
put
coming.
us all electronic on the new.
I do thank
revisions
everyone
you
for
have.
their comments and time, especially your time, because it's been a lot.
Yeah, thanks for visiting.
Thanks, everybody. Good night. Happy holidays.
We're not even done yet.
Which if we could, which if we could jump into revolution,
Revolution. You in school.
yeah, resolutions.
It looked like a revolution.
Actually, did I have a motion to adjourn this yet?
No, we're gonna keep it open.
Can I adjourn it?
Oh, okay.
A motion to adjourn?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, resolutions from the assessors. Actually,
You have one to read in?
I have 2 to read in, I think.
I'll be leaving you my notes. Like 5
Yeah,
pages.
they are. All right, let me just make sure.
What happened to the Hollywood thing? Wasn't that on the tentative?
It was
agenda?
on the tentative, but they were supposed to give us some stormwater
And they didn't.
prevention information that didn't come through. I got what I need.
Yep.
All right, well, we'll hit the ones that are on here, and then we'll go to the other ones. From the Assessor's Office, authorize the supervisor to sign an agreement with Lero GIS and Survey PC for services to be rendered to complete update to the town's tax map in the amount of $23,480. From the Engineering Department, authorize the comptroller to release the erosion control bond for work performed at 2991 Hickory Street in the amount of $500. From the Human Resource Department, authorize the following employees to carry accrued 2025 vacation time for use in 26. And those are delineated. both Stephen Melillo and Jake Vaccaro. From the legal department, authorize the supervisor to sign an amendment to the collective bargaining agreement regarding a change in terms for compensatory time off.
Can you just explain that because
Sure.
I didn't get any memo explaining what that is?
I'm sorry, I thought that
No,
it went out.
I
A
didn't
couple
know.
people missed it. Yep, nope, it was not dispersed as I had wanted. So we are in an agreement with the PBA and our collective bargaining agreement, and with that there was a test in compensatory time. We increased the amount of hours that could be carried over, and what we realized when we went through it, it was going to be more expensive than the proposed. So we agreed to a buyout of that time instead of carrying it over, because if we extended the hours, I could earn hours in my first year that get paid out after 25 years, and those dollars have multiplied in a huge amount. So in order to keep that at a more reasonable rate, we asked that we have the buyout now, and they agreed to that.
Thank you.
From Parks and Recreation, authorized bid to be advertised for pool pump and motor rebuild at the Junior Lake Aquatic Facility. Authorize the supervisor to sign agreement with Barton and LaJudas for civil engineering services for Sparkle Lake Dam in the amount of $44,000. Authorize members of volunteer boards, committees, and commissions appointed by the town board who meet a minimum of 10 times per year to receive a 50% discount on the purchase of a pool pass. So a reward for our volunteer committees,
that include
commissions,
that-
and boards. So if
Does
you're
that include
thinking
us?
about that, no.
No, you're not a volunteer.
Really?
You get a paycheck.
Of course, you could always do an inspection of the pool as a councilman, and go to the bottom and check
Have
it
to
out.
wait till you're senior citizen, then you can get it for free.
He is a senior citizen. From the police department, we're going to authorize the supervisor to sign agreement with DataWorks Plus for a maintenance contract and 24/7 support services for the Yorktown Police Department. Authorize the supervisor to sign a memorandum of understanding with the U.S. Capitol Police Office of Protective and Intelligence Operations for potential reimbursement for police services. If we're required to do anything for them, we will be able to get money back. From the town board, authorize the town
So
clerk.
just keep that, if you could keep that separate, because I just
Okay,
like
you
to
can't.
explain that.
Okay,
and
well, you
have a
can't
quick
vote.
discussion already.
I don't think we need a discussion, but that's fine.
Yeah.
So can I have a motion on those?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
So on this one, this is our record of we have to submit a record of activities, and back when I initially got elected, I didn't really. It wasn't. It was more like it was just like confusing, and I realized a short time thereafter that it didn't really reflect my work schedule and the time that I put in. This doesn't change my salary or anything like that, but so what I did was I worked with Diana Quast. We talked to the state, and I submitted a corrected record of activities, and this is the resolution that we have to pass. Hopefully, it passes. So that's really the reason. It really didn't reflect what all the time that I really do put in my duties as a councilman.
All right. I do not think you have to recuse yourself because we vote on these anyway, and then they're open for public referendum. Correct, Diana?
Public referendum.
I thought you said public referendum on that.
No,
Well, on mine.
public referendum has nothing to do with
I mean, I'll
Why
recuse
does it
myself.
stay
It's not a
open
big
for 30
deal.
days?
That's the requirement of the law.
Oh, so it just stays open for
Stays
public
open for
comment, or?
Has to be posted and it has to be done for 30 days.
All right. I thought
But
you
they
had a-
do, it's very clear when you're doing a correction that you must explain it, and it will be explained through the town board meeting minutes. So that's why
So
Councilman
just going
Esposito
through it,
had to do
yes.
that.
All right.
So I'll recuse myself on this.
Sure.
Uh,
Can I have a
so-
motion?
Motion. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Now I have two to read in.
Not gonna do 13.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Sorry.
Not yet. Leave now.
So we have the big pool renovation going on. They found some nails and wire mesh behind the stainless steel. And as Luciana gave us a 20-minute explanation earlier,
Over 2,000 nails,
Over
not
two-
some nails.
over-
2,000 nails.
right, and it would prevent the stainless steel from binding properly. We had to have that taken care of. So, resolved, the town board awarded a bid for stainless steel coping and grading at the Brian J. Slavin Aquatic Facility on July 28th, 25. Be resolved that the town supervisor is authorized to sign an amendment for change order number 1 to the contract for the construction of stainless steel coping and grading at the Brian J. Slavin Aquatic Facility in the amount of an additional $6,840.
And just to explain it, so there's been so many patching that long time ago they must have screwed on some sort of binding, and then the binding came off and disintegrated. So then when they went to go clean it, because obviously now we're going to have the walls covered in the stainless steel, they had to remove years of repairs that were just layered on. And by the time they got to the crux of the actual wall, they found these rotting nails. And if we just leave them there and cover them, eventually, I don't know if anyone's ever seen like the stainless steel starts to bubble, it'll have a reaction. And not only was it 2,000, they're not only going to remove 2,000 nails, they're also going to backfill it and put almost like a vinyl. It's called a silica patch, so water can't seep into the existing wall of the pool, and then put it on there. So it's one of those do it right. And
So would you like to make a motion so we could do it
yes,
right?
I'll make a motion for my last meeting.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, and then Susan, you had comments on the resolution I already read, authorizing notice to proceed with Motorola Solutions for RMS CAD system.
I'm going to abstain from voting on this because I don't think there's been enough discussion. I strongly support our police department. I think since I've been on the board, I probably voted for every resolution for upgrades to all their types of equipment. But this is a very large expense. It was not an expense that we anticipated. It's when you discount the 10-year service agreement, which I think is roughly $24,000. We're talking about $700,000, give or take a few dollars, for the basic software package. This is coming from our fund balance. I just think we have to sit down and talk about how we're using our fund balance. We have to prioritize our funds, again, with full support for our police department. I don't have enough information to feel comfortable that the expense of $700,000 will significantly make a significant enough difference in the safety for our officers, which is paramount, or the response time. So that's why I'm doing it.
Well,
We
Susan,
already
you should probably vote against then, not abstain.
Well, no, because
If you're not in favor of it,
there was
you
more
could-
information. I heard for the first time tonight that some of you were at a meeting where you heard more presentations. I wasn't even informed that there was a meeting where I could have asked more questions.
Okay.
So I would prefer to abstain because I'm not saying that this is the wrong expense. I just think it needed more discussion. I also was taken aback by the fact that we heard this presentation November 25th, and take it now or it's gone, ladies and gentlemen. Take it now, take it now. That's not the way I shop, not the way I would spend $999,000.
Well, it wasn't, as you can see here, we are 3 weeks later, or 4 weeks later, having the conversation again. The meeting was a technical meeting, which we sent the most knowledgeable person in our computer industry to. In addition, there were other chiefs, one of them being my wife's cousin, who also is looking to go to this. So there was quite a bit of conversation that has happened. I know you haven't been included, but I think the long and the short of it is, as the chief explained very well today, we're going to be the last ones on the other system and not be able to do our jobs and communicate. Everyone is moving away from it, and whether we think we are rushing per se, it's like the last person who has the rotary dial phone in their house that they're using still because they haven't gotten a cell phone yet. There are people there like that, and our police department cannot take that chance.
My notes say that there were 22 other police departments that had the current system that we have, so we're not the last guy on the block to use it.
Not yet.
So what's happening is
I don't
Okay,
want to prolong it. It's late.
All right,
in
can
the
I have
night.
a- can I have a
talk.
motion?
Let me talk. Come on. So what happens is there's other municipalities that have it, and when it's coming to the life end, they have a contract. Our contract's coming up in the next couple years, within the next 24 months. Someone else's contract might be going up in 5. So the ones that Motorola's targeting is the ones that are leaving in the next 12 to 24 months.
I don't know. I haven't. I haven't heard that. I just heard.
Well, then
that's not what
vote
I heard.
no. Vote no. Vote no.
No, I don't want to vote no. I'd rather abstain because of lack of
Then
lack
that's
of
fine.
sufficient
It's
information
abstain.
and
Do whatever
lack
you
of
want.
discussion time. I think we have to think about how we're spending it close to $1 million.
Yeah, we're gonna spend $2 million in 2 years.
Yeah.
Can I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank
Abstain.
you. An abstain. Does she need to put that in writing for you, or no? No, a recusing, yeah.
Motion to adjourn.
So moved. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Good night, Yorktown. Happy 2026.
Yes. Oh wait. Oh, Cindy, thank you. Before everyone leaves,
Oh, wow.
we have a little something for Luciana.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Thank you, Cindy.
That was so sweet of you.
We appreciate your service, Lou.
Thank you.
And Carl came to see you as well for your
Thank
file.
you.
Good night.
Good night, Yorktown.